Okay, we're going to call the regular meeting for August 31st, 2010 to order at 9:05. Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Pinto?
Here.
Supervisor Smith?
Here.
Supervisor Colback?
Here.
Supervisor Brown?
Here. I'd like to ask Sheriff Tom Ullman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, this is a time for public expression for items not on the agenda, and this is the regular meeting. Anyone that would like to speak, I do not have a speaker form. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and know you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get my speaker phone.
That's fine.
Good morning. My name is Karen. My last name is Ann, A-N-N. I want to speak today. I was watching a show the other night, and it was all the women Supreme Court justices from U.S. and Canada for the honoring of the Women's Suffrage Week. And Justice Sotomayor, she was quite amazing. Actually, she was speaking to a group of students and taking questions. Someone asked her, what is a citizen? What makes a person a citizen? And she said, well, besides the legal definition, the ethics of what makes a person a citizen is they're willing to participate in this government and recognize that they are the fourth branch of it. So I want to say I thank you yesterday for acknowledging that confusion, and also Supervisor McGowan. And I do want to emphasize that Supervisor McGowan made it clear that you can change the agenda, and I hadn't seen that. And when you were reading my paper that said I wanted to address the consent calendar, I think in the spirit of what Justice Sotomayor is talking about, to encourage citizen participation would have been to let me know it was still coming, because I got confused because you'd had that early morning closed session. Like, then I'm thinking, oh, they must have done it before. So I just would encourage you to, I think it's very patriotic. It's why I was really upset when I heard the county council at the Brown Act training saying, you know, you can cut the public expression to 2 minutes, and she wished she had a trap door under our feet and could press a button if we went over. I find that very un-American, and it really concerns me that there's very few people in this room that are coming as citizens, and not just because they have to be they are department heads and need to be here, you know, are obligated. And I think the more friendly, user-friendly your forum is, to encourage the participation instead of have people feel like I do sometimes when I come up here, like, oh, they don't want to really hear it, and I know the county council wishes I wasn't speaking, she could press a button, and sometimes I have to say I think a lot of us feel that way about when you're speaking. You know, we don't always like to hear some of what you're saying. And I think that is the American way, though, is to create that dialogue. And one of the, well, I'm almost out of time, so I'll save those other thoughts. That's really what I want to say is just, you know, I think what this community is in dire straits. You're facing an emergency. You're all acknowledging that, and that's good. Bring more people on board and get more brainstorming about what can be done, so you actually are in a new form, not just repeating the patterns, wishing that you were. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public expression? Seeing no one, we're going to move forward to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes. And these are the minutes of the August 17th, 2010 board meeting. Board members?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Supervisor Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Unanimous. Vote. Approved. Next, we'll go on to agenda item number 4, and that is our consent calendar. Clerk, have we established proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. Board members, are there any items to pull for separate consideration?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar, noting the updated information for item 16 and incorporating that into the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to go to public comment. Anyone that would like to comment on the consent calendar, please come forward and state your name. Seeing no one,
I'd like to make just a comment. I don't wish to pull it, but I'd like to make a comment on it, item 12, if I may.
item 12, and what item is that, Supervisor?
That's the workforce investment. Approve the amendment, the Board of Supervisors with Mendocino Private Industry Council, increasing amount by $300,000 and extension of term end date to provide Workforce Investment Act one-stop management and program delivery. This is brought forward. I just, in light of what happened yesterday with the probably in all probability the demise of the Willis bypass, how can we go out and train people and spend money training people for work when there's no opportunity for jobs? It's like, this is a contract, $650,000 to train people for jobs that aren't here. Shouldn't we try to get our, create the job first and then worry about getting the workforce for it second? It's like, this is, over $500,000 we're gonna train people for the jobs aren't there.
And I agree with
That's just
you,
my comment.
Supervisor.
I feel like
Finches.
pulling this and denying the funding because it's a total waste of taxpayers' dollars because we're putting the cart in front of the horse.
Well, I
Anyways,
think you
I'm really
heard
frustrated.
my opening remarks yesterday about we're underperforming for job creation in this county, and we need to do something about that. So it's,
But every time we have an opportunity to create a job, it's like it doesn't get created, but yet there seems to be money to train these people for the job that's not going to be there.
any other comment? We'll excuse Supervisor Colfax for a moment here. Okay. There's a motion by Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Supervisor Smith, to approve the consent calendar as noticed and presented, and to add the corrections to item number 16. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, but please note that Supervisor Colfax was not able to vote. Okay, we're going to go on to agenda item number 5A, Chief Executive Officer's Report. Ms. Angelo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of our budget hearings this week, I have no report at this time, and there is also no legislative report. There was a state update yesterday during budget hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have comment, public comment for legislative items? Seeing no one, we'll move forward.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Supervisor Pinches made mention of the Willits bypass issue, and I think it would be appropriate to have an update from the executive officer or Supervisor Pinches on exactly what happened there and whether we have any update on what's happened since yesterday.
I would very much like to hear that, and maybe this is the appropriate place for us to have a report. I very much want to hear, because I've only heard bits and pieces. Supervisor Pinches, can you address that?
Well, I'll basically just to what happened at the meeting yesterday morning at 10 o'clock with Caltrans representatives and our Congressman Mike Thompson there, the Corps of Engineers person in charge of the signing of the permit said that, indicated that they felt there was more work to be done, and in light of 40 letters that were sent in opposition to it, that she was going to not approve the permit, full well knowing that by not approving the permit by today means that the $120 million federal dollars for the project would go away as a condition of the California Transportation Commission. So in effect, that put the Willis bypass dead in the water. Now, I haven't heard anything. I don't think there's anything that can happen today, because Congressman Thompson was at the meeting, and basically one staff person, that's not even in charge of the agency, had the power to take that action over the power of one of our top members of Congress and everybody else involved. So it's very frustrating. We've created a process to stop things. We've never created a process to move this country forward. We've created a process to stop things, and something has to change. And if this isn't an issue that won't bring some people's attention on both sides of the political aisle to what we have created, we've created a monster that's just stopping everybody from doing anything. And it's really come home to hurt us right here, big time. I wish I could give you better news, but that's what it is.
Well, I think it would be appropriate for the executive officer or whoever might be most appropriate to be contacting both the Congressman's office and Assemblymember Chesbro and Senator Wiggins' office, and see if they can continue to try and get this logjam untied, because it's outrageous that one staff person could scuttle this whole process after years of working on it. So.
Yes, for me, it's absolutely unbelievable that this occurred the way it did. But I think both our state and federal government are wrought with people that have power to do just what occurred with the Willits bypass. And it's truly unfortunate that this individual isn't working for the people, because they are a public servant.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Since we're gathered here as supervisors, having gotten this news yesterday, I wonder if we could ask staff to, I don't know, it's not agendized, but whether or not we could request that the representatives of our congressman and our assemblyman and our senator, state senator, appear today and give us some update. I think it's a little bit difficult to ask a supervisor who wasn't there, who's not been privy to private discussions, to comment on it, and we're sitting here saying, how the hell did this happen? And I think this is the sort of thing here that if our representatives at the local level of our elected officials, state, federal level, don't know what's going or cannot give us a better picture, then we're in deeper trouble than we ever imagined. The fact we've lost this, and my involvement on MCOG over the years, trying to move this forward, means that I have an investment in it, and I am very unhappy at where we are at the moment.
Well, the county of Mendocino has a huge investment in it, to the tune of about $33 million.
Yeah, well, if I'm saying, I don't, to personalize it, it's just, it affects us all, I think, in some ways, yeah.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My association with this project dates way back to when I worked for Mike Thompson, who was then the state senator, and then on to the congressional level, and worked on it, year after year, there were files after files, worked and supported the congressman to try to get congressional adds to the project, of which he was successful with the transportation reauthorization bills he received, and worked very diligently on congressional monies more than 1 year and secured those. Congressman Thompson was on the coast on on Friday, and he addressed the League of Cities, and he was very plugged into this most recent scenario and was on the phone continuously with all the agencies working to set up this meeting that Supervisor Pinches addressed us that occurred yesterday. I haven't spoken with him, but I am sure he is extremely concerned about how this is unfolded, but there really is no better person to work on something like this than Congressman Mike Thompson in terms of getting all of the agencies, and in this case, there were 2 federal agencies, EPA, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and then Caltrans. So I would hope that, discussions continue, and I don't know if they are or not, but Congressman Thompson is excellent in working on these issues, and so, it sort of begs the question, what are the politics, to what the chair said, what are the politics behind the scenes that maybe are going on that we're unaware of? And, this is truly tragic for the, I believe, $140 million that... 120 million that Supervisor Pinches addressed that is then reinfused into the local economy times 6 over the 4-year timeline of the project. It really is a tragic situation when we were looking to this as real, true, an economic, engine for us over time that would have many, many, tentacles into the community with respect to getting, jobs on the ground, and it's particularly for the Willits community, but really for the whole county. So I would suggest to Supervisor Colfax's comments that maybe one person that could be brought in, and maybe he's available today, and that would be Phil Dow from MCOG, because I know he is very plugged in as the transportation entity with these, with the concerns. So I don't know if he could be brought in addition to our representatives. Perhaps Heidi Dickerson is available from Mike Thompson's office, and just getting an update if they can't appear today.
Actually, I will excuse myself and turn the gavel over to Supervisor Colfax, because I did have a call from Heidi Dickerson.
Okay.
I just haven't had a
Okay,
chance
good.
to return the call. And she is coming up here to drop something off for me. So I'll excuse myself for just a moment.
Could we call Phil and maybe he could, I think
Yeah.
he should tell.
I think he'd be good to kind of focus the information.
If this board would like, our executive office staff could go ahead and contact him and see if he's available to come in today. Is that what you'd like?
Yes,
We'll do
and
it.
then
Okay.
we'll interrupt anywhere we are
Sure.
on either of the agendas and hear from him.
That would be
And I
fine.
will go give a call to Ms. Dickerson.
Okay.
Thank you. We can move at this point to Chief Executive Officer report, I believe.
Already did that.
We did that,
I'm
Supervisor.
sorry.
We're down to
Colfax,
number
yeah.
6.
We're down to number
Yeah.
6. Sorry. Department of Transportation, the Director's report. Mr. DeShiel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is on.
Up is on.
Okay, now it's on. Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of County Transportation. I'll be brief. You've received my director's report. It's just that in my department and all the departments in the county as a whole, particularly this time as we're looking at budgets and all the problems we have, I had a little good news with our capital improvement project list. It's one of the few bright spots at the Department of Transportation because there is still some grant money out there that's building projects, although we just got the bad news about Willits. Couple of things on here, the Gualala Utility District moves ahead. That's one of the few things that's gotten a little bit of general fund money that's helping us leverage, close to $7 million in Rule 20 money. We've got a new program with 100% funding of off-system bridges, and I know I use these terms and I forget from time to time that not everyone may understand them, but of the road system, the 1,020 miles of county road system, only about 10% are on-system or roads. The rest, 90%, aren't. They're local roads. And federal money can only go to the 10% of roads for road projects and to all the bridges and all the safety and T projects on the whole road system. And they typically on a bridge you will pay 11.47% local match, but this new toll credit fund is for off-system bridges, not on-system, but off-system, or those rural bridges, is going to give the department an opportunity to get 100% funding. So what we did was we basically took some of the bridges that were already on our list, and I've attached the standard little project priority list that I give you this time every year. It's just kind of a tradition. I've always come in during budget hearings with this integrated work program. And on the second page, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bridges, which are HBP, the Highway Bridge Program, no match. That's exciting for me. I don't know if all those will get accepted, but it's certainly a great opportunity. You'll note on there the first bridge, East Hill Road Bridge, was the bridge we had to put the load limits on earlier this year, and I remember the concern from the board about trying to do something about that as soon as we can. We think we've got a list of bridges that have a lot of problems. They're not unsafe, but they're bridges that we would really like to replace or rehabilitate. Also kind of exciting, you saw in last week's director's report or the week before, the Bureau of Indian Affairs has the road projects going at 3 of the rancherias, and those also benefit county roads and as well as, of course, the tribal members who are county citizens as well. So, a few things have changed on there. We've been able to take some things off the list, like North State Street and a few things like that, and move a few things up. And I don't know, in a world that's otherwise kind of gloomy, I always like to look at projects. It's kind of a bright spot for me. So I share a bright spot with you this morning.
Thank you, Howard.
Okay.
Supervisor Pinches.
Howard, on the Reeves Canyon Road, it's priority 30 you have down there. It says replace the ford through Mill Creek. How come you want to do in light of the the bridge program, what do we call it, the HBP program?
Right.
How come you wouldn't want to put in a bridge there? Because it's probably less county dollars to put in a bridge than it is to put in
Well, there
the
is
low water crossing.
the Highway Bridge Program only replaces. It used to be called HBRR, Highway Bridge Replacement Rehabilitation. So it won't build a new bridge for you. What's exciting about the Reeves Canyon thing is we just received this news, and I need to sort it out a little more. But the RDA got a grant that may help us do that. So I'll sort that out, and of course have more information on that later. But
the RDA, that's not in
no,
there?
not the no the
Can't be the RDA.
not that one. The Resource
Conservation.
RCD. I got my acronyms mixed
Okay.
up. So I'm still working with them on that, but they've got some money, and we're actually looking at possibly taking the old bridge we pulled off of Robinson Creek Road a few years ago and using the money from the RCD and maybe putting that up there. So
One other question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
And this is actually a budget question. I see in 4511 you're proposing to buy a ATV four-wheeler
correct.
for $14,000. You can buy a brand-new good one. I've been priced them for $5,000.
A new one rather than a used one?
Yes,
Okay.
brand new.
All right.
And I guess my other question is, why do we need an ATV on the landfills? They're not that big an area.
Well, but the water testing we do, there's a whole rack of little bottles that the guy has to go to these wells and take these samples of gas and water, and then he puts them on the rack, So he has to carry those sample bottles around. So it really becomes a transport for that.
Okay.
Well, he's not driving a pickup truck that can't get to the same well?
These are small benches for where the ditches are, so they're not full-size roads that go to the wells. It typically is a little access maintenance bench.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions of our Director of Transportation? Howard, thank you for your report. Okay, moving on, we have agenda item 6B, Planning and Building Services, Director's Report.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll go ahead and also
Name,
echo.
please. Introduce your name for the
Nash
record.
Gonzalez, Planning and Building Services Director.
Thank you.
I will go ahead and also ride Mr. DeShiel's coattails and say that there is still a bright light out there for all of us. I wanted to go ahead and let the board know that relative to the amnesty program, as of date, we've received 91 applications, and still we have people that are interested in moving forward with this process. I was contacted by Sonoma County a little over a week ago. They instituted the same program on July 1st. So in essence, they're looking to us as the model. And one of the things I wanted to point out is that the building codes are going to change come January 1. So we are trying to make every effort to try to get the word out so that as people do want to take advantage of this, this would be the time to do it. And that's one of the reasons why Sonoma County also instituted their program. And also happy to report that the Harris Quarry Mine Project is moving forward. On August 17th, we had a scoping meeting both in Ukiah and Willits to try to flush out some of the comments associated with the proposed project. Basically, the project has been revised, removing the concrete plant. It's been scaled back to 30 years versus the end-of-life term, and but the asphalt will still remain. A significant number of comments were received over 2 years ago, and that's the reason why that a new EIR has been requested by the applicant. So that's moving forward, and the EIR consultant is busy working away on the draft EIR. Also, the status of the UVAP. The Water Agency has delivered the water assessment report. Last week we did have a meeting with the water purveyors, and there still needs to be a little bit more information, but the draft report has been transmitted to the EIR consultant, and we're moving forward with that. We're in the process right now of preparing the final chapter of the UVAP, and we're hoping that by the end of September we should publish the UVAP document. We still will have to wait for the EIR, but we're anticipating public hearings to begin as early as January and February of 2011. Also wanted to bring the board up to speed with regards to the Noyo Harbor. We have a case in the Noyo Harbor referred to as the Abernathy property that has been the site of many years of debris accumulation and various boats and vessels. Happy to report that we're working with the Division of the Integrated Waste Management Department at Cal Recycle, and in essence they're going to work with the county in completely cleaning up the site. We're going to be working with the applicant, and as of yesterday it appears that the applicant is voluntarily going to cooperate with the county. So basically the next steps will be a scope of work will be prepared. The Cal Recycle will go out onto the site and work with the property owner as to the level of cleanup. And the next item is the Confusion Hill feasibility study. I know this is an item that we took on last year, and this was funding that was set aside by MCOG for us to go ahead and do the feasibility study. The final draft has been completed, so we'll be distributing this document out next week for the project review team to review and comment. And I'd have to say that with Mr. DeShield's help, we were able to move the document to where it is today. And so, again, that project is moving forward. And also, Planning and Building Services participated with the MCOG blueprint effort. And this occurred on August 18th when MCOG had their kickoff meeting with their consultant who came to Ukiah to engage all of the cities, the county, and a lot of the stakeholders. And basically what this blueprint is a regional planning effort that's going to involve all the cities, the county, and not necessarily redo what we've done, but basically bring all of the plans together so we can move forward with some regional planning efforts. And so both I and the Long-Range Planning Division will be involved with this project as it materializes. And then finally, happy to report that our department's webpage is continuously growing, and we have finished the scanning, imaging of all of the LCP maps, and they're now all posted online. And so again, the next phase would be once FEMA releases their maps, their updated maps, we should be able to have the FEMA maps available electronically for the whole county. And that's all I've got, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, it's very good news. Each of your items and the Noyo Harbor issue with the cleanup, thank you, because that's a real mess, and I know Supervisor Smith has been dealing with that as well. Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that point, Mr. Gonzalez, I don't know, I might have missed it when you were speaking because I was, reading your detailed report. But I think it's important to note that on the Noyo Harbor cleanup that you mentioned, working with Cal Recycle, that as this moves forward, there will be little or no cost to the county for this cleanup effort.
That is correct.
I think it's important to note that. And I
Yes.
think that's a very positive step, and especially the news you're bringing forward today that the property owner is willing to cooperate in that process. So I think that I think that's really a great step for the harbor. Thank you.
Yes. Supervisor Pinches, and then we'll go to Supervisor McCowan.
Nash, you mentioned yesterday that the permit for the Willis Horseman's, that project, you received the application.
Yes.
I don't know where that stands now with the change of the Willis bypass, but one thing that concerns me is Caltrans committed to pay for this process, and I don't know how that's going to stand now. It's something that you might stay on top of.
And we will continue to process the application until further notice, and I can provide a status report to the board on that as well.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You note that the California building codes are going to be updated as of January 1st, 2011, making it difficult for individuals who currently have an unpermitted structure to legitimize their residential structures under the new requirements. What are the main elements that are going to make it hard for a currently unpermitted structure to be permitted?
If I may, through the chair, one of the largest and most radical changes to the building code statewide is going to be, including our rural areas, is a requirement for overhead sprinklers. And so,
In any residential
in any
structure?
residential structure.
So people who have not yet applied for building amnesty should do so before the end of the year.
I would strongly recommend it because you can still have overhead sprinklers installed, but now you're going to have greater water pressure requirements. And yes, it still can be done, but again, it adds that much more cost to the development. And not only are we seeing the overhead sprinklers in residential structures, but we're also going to see the green building code now moving forward, which you have a plus and a minus there because yes, we're looking at green building now statewide, but at the same time, we're also looking at some of these fire-safe requirements that are going to be required.
And particularly some of the rural structures that may have a marginal water system, they're probably not going to be able to meet the water pressure requirements.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now, one alternative that we still have is the Class K code process. And again, I will be, along with department staff, going through new training for the new building code, and we'll be asking a lot of these questions because, again, Mendocino is unique in that we do have Class K, but a lot of other communities have contacted us asking us for a Class K ordinance for the same reason.
Would the Class K requirements be unaffected by these new requirements?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, question.
Okay, Supervisor Pinches?
These new requirements will only be for new building from that date forward, right? You won't have to go back and retrofit your house you built 10 years ago for the sprinkler system, right?
Well, that is correct. However, if a person, and this is why I'm trying to encourage people to apply for the amnesty program now, because the code becomes effective when that person comes in and applies for a building permit. So let's say that I do not secure the building permit at this point in time under the amnesty program, and then I come in after 2011, I'm now subject to the new regulations even though the structure's been there 10 years. That's why it's highly encouraging for people to get in and take advantage of this program. We knew that this day was going to come. That's why we're really looking at trying to get the word out. And we are still, leaving flyers, posting flyers, talking to people. In fact, I will be in 2 weeks addressing the local board of realtors and giving them an update. I'm looking at trying to do some outreach with the contractors and see if we can get some more word out there.
So if you're building an addition, or maybe you're rebuilding after a fire, and you come for a permit, will it apply at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And one of the things that we'll be doing is, as part of this updating of the codes and training, is we'll be asking a lot of these questions to basically the code preparers, is what was the intent here? And because a lot of these issues still have not shaken out. In fact, we're still waiting for the delivery of our new codes. And just as every agency out there is still waiting for their new set of building codes. So again, once we have those codes and once we go to this update training, we'll be able to have a better answer. But theoretically, it's like any other code. If it's a substantial improvement, then the new regulations kick in. If it's less than a substantial improvement, then we wouldn't expect that. But again, I can't confirm that until we've had a chance to go through those new codes.
Because in many cases, and I'll use the example of a feed store, you have a fire or you have heat or a malfunction and the water goes off, everything in the warehouse is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Pinches.
Is it your department's discretion about what is a significant, like remodel or something, to kick in these new requirements?
It's spelled out in the in the California Building Code. So the building code is statewide, and it will tell us exactly what is subject to and what is not subject to. Again, until I see those codes, I can't really go into a lot of detail. All I know is that it's going to be much more strenuous on people after the first of the year.
Yes. Okay. I thank you very much for your report, Director Gonzalez. Given us a lot of information, and I hope to have you back real soon after you find out more about these new state regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to interrupt our proceedings today. The agenda, Mr. Phil Dow is here to talk at our request. Thank you, Phil, for coming. We are curious to hear, Supervisor Pinches brought up the Willits bypass. We know there were meetings yesterday, and can you give us an update of where it all stands?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Phil Dow, I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. Expect to be in my office all day answering phone calls and on the phone, and so I get all dressed up for you today.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, well, no problem. June 30th, a number of us traveled to the California Transportation Commission meeting in which we received a unanimous conditional allocation vote for funding for construction for the bypass. The conditions attached to that funding allocation were that Caltrans would acquire 4 permits from 3 different resource agencies. And we knew at the time that the chief obstacle was the Army Corps of Engineers that has control over the wetlands, and we all knew that this was a major wetlands take. In fact, the largest wetlands take of any project that was handled by the Corps of Engineers in the state of California. And everybody has known that for 15 years, including the Army Corps staff who's been working with us since, I think, 1994. So we knew that what the obstacles were, and shortly after that, the Caltrans acquired the 3 other permits that were needed, so that was the remaining obstacle. Shortly after that meeting, Caltrans team met with the Army Corps of Engineers and established a date to meet to decide what needed to be done in order to get a decision regarding the remaining permit. They met once, and then they met twice again and produced what they called a punch list of the kind of things that the Army Corps decided that they needed, and along with some dates when those materials would be supplied. And along on that punch list were some dates that extended all the way till 2012 for some of the data, because some of the recently acquired mitigation lands required that we go through another growing season, which would be year 2011, before they can establish the baseline for some of the mitigation lands, and that's required according to the Corps of Engineers. So those dates were already on there, and so there's an agreement to produce a number of the materials that they could prior to August 16th, and then the Army Corps would have a couple of weeks to assess the materials and then issue a decision on a permit. So all the material was delivered according to the pre-agreed upon schedule by August 16th, and Caltrans was advised that they should back off and not contact the Corps of Engineers. They didn't want to be bothered, and they just wanted to assess the information on their own. Evidently, they had a number of questions, and we got the word last Friday that their intent was not to issue a permit for the project. It just so happened that Congressman Thompson was in the area, and he was notified and set up a meeting yesterday in his Napa office between the Caltrans team and the Army Corps of Engineers, and I attended by teleconference along with a couple other people. And what it came down to is that no, they did not intend to issue a permit, and the reason being was that they didn't have enough information. Well, Caltrans provided all the information that was previously agreed upon, but they said that no, they did not have the discretion to render a conditional permit. And so if they did not have this discretion to render a conditional permit, why did they agree upon a punch list of things that would be delivered to them, which extended well beyond August 16th up until 2012? So that was the question of the day, which they couldn't answer other than apologize for the confusion. The telling thing was when their attorney said, well, when the Caltrans attorney said, well, you do have the power to issue a conditional permit, and their attorney said, well, we have exercised that discretion on these types of permits when the take of the wetlands take, the size of the project is small, and when the footprint of the actual project is small. Well, we've known for 15, 20, or 16 years that this is the largest take in the history of the state. You could conclude that, following their logic, that they only exercised the discretion of issuing a conditional permit under those circumstances when they knew all along that those conditions did not exist in this particular case. So why did we spend 3 months hustling to try to get this information? So all we got was an apology, and I think that Congressman Thompson asked the question, and he nailed it. He said, "Well, you never intended to give us a permit anyway." In which case they kind of went around in circles. Well, we apologize for the misunderstanding, and that's what it came down to. And I think that Congressman Thompson, I think, did everything he possibly could to bring this thing to a conclusion, and he was not successful. So where we stand at this point is, and I know that a number of radio station had broadcast that the project is dead, and yes, it's dead for now. We had hoped to have a project under construction by next spring, which would have created hundreds of jobs locally and for 4 years, in fact. And in fact, I'm talking to you as a traffic engineer that's head of the transportation agency. But really, I think the jobs thing is bigger than the traffic issue at this particular point in our history. And that's not going to happen. And I think I've been mulling over what the best case scenarios are. And if you want to hear 2 or 3 minutes more, I can tell you what they are, at least what I think at this point. I did talk with the California Transportation Commission staff late yesterday at about 5:30. And I got some hope in that when we were issued the conditional allocation of funds by the commission, at that point in time they told us that the big push was the end of the federal fiscal year, and these were all federal funds, and they have to be encumbered by today. And we were told at that time that in the entire state of California, they had no other projects in a state of readiness in order to put those funds to. So we could lose statewide up to $160 million of federal funds if we could not assign those funds to any particular project. But I was told last night that Caltrans put together a number of projects. I don't know how many, but they do have some projects that they are going to encumber to those federal funds, and they don't believe that any federal funds are going to be lost to the state of California. And I think from our perspective, that's huge, because you know where the blame's going to come if we lose $160 million to the state of California. It'll come right back on us, and that will impact the future as far as any future funding that we may receive through the California Transportation Commission. And it's all about perception and not reality. So the perception is, well, we're lucky to get a project this size in a rural area anyway, and then if we fail to produce on it, well, too bad. We have plenty of other places to put it, which they certainly do in other parts of the state. So that was a glimmer of good news. So here's the scenarios that I have. At the suggestion of the CTC staff, they said, well, if there is a chance of getting the permit by February or so of 2012, then what we can do is request that the California Transportation Commission extend the project for the full 20 months that they're allowed under the law, which would bring us into February 2012. And if at that time we're able to get the necessary remaining permit, then if funds are available, then they could go ahead and move the project along, which would, in essence, mean a two-year delay in the project. Construction sometime would begin at sometime in 2012. That's the best case scenario. Medium case scenario is that, according to the funding regulations, that if we don't allocate funds that were programmed in a specific year, then they will come back to us for allocation in the next State Transportation Improvement Program period. So technically, the funds never got allocated in June, which was towards the end of the fiscal year of 2009-10. So they were not allocated because the condition of the allocation was that we get the permit. We're not going to get it, so they weren't allocated. So they're sitting there, and they will return back to the Mendocino Council of Government. They'll return for our share. They'll return back to the state of California for reprogramming with the 2012 State Transportation Improvement Program period. That means just about a year from now, we would get a fund estimate of how much money we have to program locally. And in that, whatever new share we get would also be the $17.1 million that we had planned on for construction as our share of the construction. And likewise, the big state share of $126 million, whatever it was, would return to them. So at that point, then we would have the ability to reprogram the money. The problem is that under the rules established by the California Transportation Commission, that we can only add money to new projects in the 5-year State Transportation Improvement Program period only in the 4th or 5th year. So that would be 2015-16, 2016-17 is a possibility of reprogramming for construction beginning in those years. That's if my own board went along with it. That's if the California Transportation Commission wanted to reprogram funds for that period. That's a medium case scenario. Worst case scenario is that the project truly is dead for the foreseeable future. And that totally is dependent on the attitude of the commissioners on the California Transportation Commission. I could see a scenario where they would say, you know, sure, every once in a while a rural area needs a bunch of our money to do a project. You had your shot, you failed to produce, we're moving on, don't talk to us anymore. I can also see that happening, but my fear of that happening is lessened a little bit by knowing that they reprogram the state monies and we won't get pinned for that. I'm meaning this region won't get blamed for that, for losing $160 million of federal funds.
Supervisor Pinchas.
Phil, if your first scenario turns out to be right, and California saves that $140 million, whatever it is, and that's going to basically be for Caltrans projects that they were planning on funding with other sources or anything. So if they get the federal money to fund them, will that free up state money that maybe could move forward and do the project? Because the fact is, and everybody knows it, especially Caltrans, there's a lot of money already invested in that project. I mean, millions and millions of dollars. So for them to just let it fall by the wayside, I can't believe that to be. I mean, I got to believe they're going to try to put it together.
I don't believe they're willing to easily walk away from the project, and as of last evening, the California Transportation Commission staff didn't even know what these projects were that Caltrans put together to encumber, so they don't know when the funds would normally be devoted to them over the next 5-year period. So in theory, yes, the other projects that were behind us would move up, and we could backfill with the future money. In theory, that's what the plan is, at least with one of the deputy directors of the commission, only a staff person. As we know from experience, 3.5 years ago, we had staff support for the CMIA project, and they literally stole it out of my hands at a meeting and divided it up. So you don't know what's going to happen. That is the staff's position at this point, and I'm relatively sure he hadn't talked it over with everybody since it was all too new. But I think they'd be very reluctant to totally walk away from the project at this point. I think we'll be in the time period of reassessment of what the game plan is going to be, and see if we really can get the permits. You know, it could be that we go through this whole process of delineation of the mitigation lands and the assessment of their value, and then the Corps could still say, well, it's not good enough, you need to find something else. So that remains the unknown. There's lots of unknowns. It remains, we don't know what the attitude of the commission is, but I would think that they would be very reluctant to walk away from something that we spent so much time and effort and money on. We have all the right-of-way, and a recent regulation, recent law that went through a couple years ago requires that Caltrans dispense of any right-of-way in which they don't have funds programmed for a construction project. And I'm going to have to clarify this. If they don't have anything funded within either 3 years or 5 years, they are legally required to resell the right-of-way. And we just acquired all the right-of-way. We could be in a position of selling the right-of-way, and they've already demolished one building. So there's lots of investment. We had some really strong partnership at the commission level. We got a unanimous vote for allocation. That means something, and hopefully the support will be there in the future so that we can find an alternative.
Okay, sure appreciate the update, the report. Heidi Dickerson from Congressman Thompson's office will be coming in about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And maybe she has learned something new. I don't know that for sure. She is on the coast right now at another meeting. So, but please keep us posted. We have representatives to MCOG, but it's certainly a sad day for all of us.
Would you like me to come back?
If possible, yes.
At about 3?
If you're available, Phil. I don't want to, I know you
Like
have...
I said, I didn't plan on leaving the office today.
Okay. If you can come back about 3, you might connect with Heidi, but this is what her note says. She will stop by at 3 p.m.
All right.
Okay?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Okay, moving ahead with our regular agenda, supervisors' reports. Anyone have a report? Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Smith and I met with 2 city council members for the city of Ukiah regarding the tax sharing. They will have the issue on their agenda this Wednesday to see if the full council is willing to give direction to their staff to work with our staff to draft an agreement. Supervisor Smith and I are scheduled to meet Thursday and Friday with the Willits and Fort Bragg Finance Committees to discuss the tax sharing issue, and we're in the process of setting up a meeting with Point Arena. And I think I'll just leave it at that, given the other items today.
Okay, Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Supervisor McCowan covered the basics on that, but just to add that per the direction of this board, the ballot argument was submitted for approval, I mean for the yes position on the measure and for the rebuttal position to the ballot argument for the no position. So those documents have all been filed, and they were filed in a timely manner, and this was per the direction of this board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember if I reported on this previously, but Supervisor McCowan and myself went to Sunnyvale and visited with the city of Sunnyvale and how they run their local government, city government. We both plan on having a discussion on this at a later time. Also, I'd like to announce that I took our CEO on a tour of the pear harvest this year and packing and marketing. I think she enjoyed it, plus learned a lot, and it was the 2 packing houses here in Ukiah Valley. I did have Area Agency on Aging Governing Board meeting. I'm not going to go into details, but I do have actions and minutes and updates for that particular agency that I represent this board on. Also, I attended the Woody Biomass Working Group and have sat on that for last year and a half, and they are moving forward. There'll be more information coming. Hopefully, they're going to find out about their grant funding to move that project forward. Next week, on the 9th, the County Supervisors Association for the state will hold a Board of Directors meeting. I also sit on that. Supervisor Smith is my alternate, and I think she took part in the conference calls for the different policy committees that were considering support or no support on a number of state ballot measures. I will be at that meeting, hear the reports from the policy committees, and consider what their recommendations are for the board and be able to vote on that. I want to remind my colleagues that we have the Mendocino County Fair coming up, and last year we all went together and entered the parade. I don't know if anyone's interested for this year, but please get a hold of me if you are so we can start making plans. So I think that's about it for my report, seeing no others. Do we have any standing committee meetings, outstanding business for any of the committees? I think there is. Is there one for criminal justice?
No, we decided not to refer.
Okay. And ad hoc committees, we got a report on the sales tax measure. Okay, moving on, we will, County Council, do you have a report? No report. All righty, we're going to adjourn the regular Board of Supervisors meeting for the day at 10:08, and we're going to reconvene the 2010-11 budget meeting. Okay, please, supervisors, did we, or Miss Angelo, did we have unfinished business from yesterday? Any carried over items?
Madam Chair, no, we did not.
Okay. And I will remind the public that we will continue the budget hearings and from day to day until concluded. And we don't know what's going to happen today. There is a posted meeting for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., and we'll just have to see how today goes. Okay. We have the line item budget review up next.
Great.
How do you want to proceed?
Madam Chair, I'd like to start. I would just like to make a couple comments as an introduction to this exercise. Yesterday, we reviewed the fiscal year 9-10 closeout, realizing that our numbers are very similar to the numbers that have been projected by the auditor in the executive office from December of last year. We also talked about building the fiscal year 10-11 budget, and some of the questions that have come up have been about the 10-11 budget, about the department budgets, and the thought that we consistently go to our labor costs when we talk about our budgets and when we talk about our deficit. And we know one of the reasons for that is that labor is 80% or so of our county budget. But in light of that, and in light of the questions that persist, we decided that we would take a closer look at the budgets of the departments, and we would look at the individual line items. And certainly, this board has had multiple questions about the individual line items. And so specifically, we began to look at services and supplies. And when we started this exercise, we thought that possibly we could find $1 million in savings in the departments. I can say with some assurance that we have not found $1 million in services and supplies or training or travel. But what we'd like to do with this board today, and certainly at the direction of this board, is we would like to go over some of the findings, and you have the line item exercise in your binder. And so I hope that you've had an opportunity to look at that and that we can go through this. Also, this is the opportunity for the departments, again, to speak to their budgets, answer any questions that this board would have, or make any comments about the line item exercise or some of the recommendations of the executive office that the departments may not be in agreement with. Additionally, another a key item that we have today is our layoff list. And so at some point, we'll be doing that. That was scheduled for this afternoon. But if we get through the line item exercise sooner, then we can go ahead and if this board would like, we could go ahead and go to the layoff list. With the line item review, not all departments are in this because we did not recommend reductions in line items in all the departments. So those departments that are not listed, if they would like to speak during this exercise, that's absolutely fine as well. In looking at what we did yesterday, looking at all of the information that's been brought forward, realizing that the final numbers came to this board over the weekend, not giving this board a lot of time to review those final numbers, but at the same time, those final numbers being very similar to all the numbers that we've projected from December of '09 on, I would hope that this board would seriously consider adopting the budget this week. Certainly, we'll know more as the day progresses. So again, depending on how long we spend on the line item review and the discussion with the departments, we may or may not move the layoff list up. And we have external requests this morning and then the position allocation table. I think at this point, we can go ahead and go to the line item exercise. Mr. Knott?
Chair Brown, members of the board, Kyle Knopp, analyst with the Executive Office. I don't have too much more to add.
Just one moment.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Supervisor
Madam Chair,
Pinchas.
before we go any further, I'd like to know what we're going by. We got this, we were issued yesterday, this is a recap sheet of the final budget, and it shows this recommended budget and what's the general fund. And let's just start right at the top, budget unit 2851, planning and building. If you go to this sheet here, it says there's a general fund cost of $1,456,000. But if you go to the recommended budget book, it shows that the general fund net county cost is $1.9 million. So what's the document here that we're going by? Are we going by this recommended budget that was given to us 2 months ago, and we've been looking, studying through that for 2 months? Or are we going to go by this sheet that was given to us yesterday?
Good morning, Meredith Ford, Auditor Controller. The recap spreadsheet that you're referring to, you'll see a column on there saying the designated reserves contribution. That's the difference between what the recommended budget shows and what their true net county cost is. In other words, there is money set aside in a designated reserve for expenditures that they expect to incur within 2010-11. And they use that money to operate on and to pay the contracts for the services
So
that have been
that's a
paid.
recent change. It wasn't put in the recommended budget that way?
It wasn't shown that way, but it's been done that way. This is new in that you're seeing it, but we wanted you to see the true cost
Yeah.
to
Well,
the
what I
county.
concentrate on is the general fund dollars that are really, not so much as added by other revenues. So it's very, I just compare the first line item and it's very, so I just wonder, is that throughout the whole page or is it just relevant to this first line item?
It's relevant to any department that has a designated reserve contribution shown in that column. There aren't very many departments that have designated reserves used. I mean, 2851 is the biggest one, I believe, in the 437,000. But most of the other budget units, whatever the net county cost shown in the one column is also the same in the total column.
Okay. Mr. Knopp, please continue.
Chair Brown, members of the board, Kyle Knopp, analyst with the Executive Office. I don't have too much more to add to CEO Angelo's comments, but just to walk you through the basics of the graphs on the 2009-10 actual column. We updated it to August 4th, 2010 actual numbers, which at the time were the closest we were able to get to realistic numbers. But again, there have been changes since August 4th, 2010, that those numbers are not meant to be definitive and final numbers. So they're to be taken with a grain of salt. But in the end, what we did was we looked at the 2010-11 recommended column, compared it to where we were on August 4th, what the budgeted amounts were in 2009-10, and what our 08-09 actuals were, and separated line items that appeared to have a fairly major gap between spending and appropriated amounts. So with that, I guess we can go straight into the first one, which is the 1120, the assessor's budget unit. This one had...
No, fine.
Go forward.
This one had $900, or a total of $900 in recommended reductions out of 1120. As you can see, the line item analysis identified about $3,000 in cuts in office expenses, $1,500 in education and training, $10,000 in transportation and travel, and about $2,000 in out-of-county travel expenses. As you go through and read the responses from the assessor's office, I think we ended up only taking money out of communications, which we received no comment or rebuttal on from the assessor's office. So. And moving along to 1941 on page 8 of the study, clerk recorder's office. Again, we took, we're recommending $1,000 out of this budget unit out of the out-of-county travel expenses. With 1110, the auditor controller's office, the study initially identified $5,000 worth of potential reductions. The department responded back that there were computers that needed to be replaced, so we split the difference with a $2,500 reduction, noting that the department could possibly utilize their equipment maintenance funds to repair any broken equipment. And further on down, there was on budget unit 1940, now we're moving on to page 10, which is the miscellaneous budget. We identified approximately $20,000 in potential reductions. The response from the department was convincing, so we're not recommending any cuts out of the miscellaneous line items. Moving on to page 11, which is the Board of Supervisors budget unit. There was a recommendation or potential recommendation for $8,000 worth of cuts, and we're going to go ahead and move forward and ask for those $8,000 worth of cuts out of the budget unit 1015.
Mr. Knopp?
Yes.
If I can interrupt you here. There was one area here if we're on 1015 Board of Supervisors in the out-of-county travel, when we reviewed this and considered reducing that by $3,000, we were not taking into consideration the new Supervisors Institute, which will be happening in November. So at this point, the Executive Office does not recommend the full $3,000 come out of the out-of-county travel because of the new Supervisors Institute initially. So we would be looking at reducing the Board of Supervisors budget by $5,000 for office expense, but not taking out the $3,000 for out-of-county travel. And that would be our recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Knott. Please proceed.
Moving forward to County Council Budget Unit 1210 on page 12. We found a number of relatively small items in this budget unit as potential reductions, but we're not going to move forward and recommend any of those cuts. On page 15, Budget Unit 1010, Clerk of the Board, which is now in the Executive Office, we're going to recommend $3,000 worth of cuts out of office expenses. On Budget Unit 1020, the Executive Office, we're recommending $4,500 worth of cuts out of membership expenses that didn't seem to warrant the budgeted amount, and special departmental expenses of $4,000.
Mr. Knopp, excuse me, there's one other item on this one that we learned over the weekend when the final numbers came out, that the $72,000 for the Alcalde and Fay contract had already been removed from the Executive Office budget. So the professional services that's listed at $122,000, that is not correct, because the $72,000 has come out of that. So I just want to make it clear to this board. Thank you. Go ahead.
And moving on to page 17.
I have a question. Just one moment, please. Supervisor Smith?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Angelo, would that mean that you would be making a change in the recommendation for the deductions as proposed, given that there is that the numbers ahead of that are not accurate? Are you going to recommend to change that then?
We could certainly leave the memberships because we could reduce the memberships because we haven't historically used that. And the special department expense, I would not reduce that down to $4,000. I mean, we could cut that in half to $2,500. But that's the most I would do. The professional services and special department expense, there's a lot that the Executive Office covers. In many ways, we're a catch-all for those activities that come up throughout the year. For instance, some of the retirement analysis that we're doing, that's coming out of the Executive Office. Right. So I wouldn't want to cut this too much. So
what would be your recommendation?
So I would
for
say
the
under
second
special department expense that instead of cutting $4,000, we look at $2,500, and we could leave the memberships at $500. So it'd be a $3,000 reduction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please move forward.
So for Budget Unit 2710, Agriculture, we identified slightly over $10,000 worth of cuts, and we're recommending $2,500 worth of those cuts. On Budget Unit 2560 on page 20, the Probation Department, we identified potentially a little over $31,000, or a little under $31,000, and we're going to, $9,000, and we're not going to recommend any of that. Moving on to page 22, and the Public Defender's Office, Budget Unit 2080, the Executive Office wants to congratulate or send out a thank you to Linda Thompson, the Public Defender, for voluntarily recommending about $27,000 worth of cuts out of her department. And we believe that that's, and we agree with the cuts and the recommendations in the column 7 department justification. Similarly, on the next page, page 23, budget unit 2085, the alternate defender, we identified $6,000 worth of cuts, and $6,000 worth of cuts were agreed with. Moving along on page 24, budget unit 2510, the jail. We identified approximately just under $35,000 worth of potential cuts. The executive office is recommending $23,000, slightly over $23,000 worth of cuts to be transferred over to budget unit 2310, so there's no net cut to the sheriff / jail budget. On page 28, budget unit 3010, the executive office identified a very large number, and this was a comment that was brought up yesterday regarding the roads fund. And this is more of a, meant to be an educational piece in that, you know, we're looking through the budget units for potential cuts and finding out why we cannot make these cuts. So we identified approximately $1.1 million worth of cuts that most of those out of special departmental expenses that pays for asphalt, gravel, and those kinds of items, which of
Mr.
course.
Knopf?
Yes.
I do have a question for you. Supervisor Pinchas?
I believe it was yesterday we determined that the $3.2 million that we put, that's listed in the Department of Transportation Budget Unit 3010, $3,261,000 under operating transfers in, that's not a general fund subsidy. That's an increment that the road fund gets, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So because this is a public document, I'd like to see that the, on page,
What page?
on page C3, in the narrative, it says account number 7802, the last account number on the page. It says includes funding from the general fund. This is not from the general fund, so I'd like to see that line eliminated to eliminate all the confusing that we have.
It's
What
page
page?
C3.
It's on page C3, and that's another gripe of mine. I bring it up this time.
Are you
I
looking-
argued 4 years ago that this document should be, the pages should be numbered, numerical. And some pages aren't, and some pages are. I think that's, you know, this is a public document. We need to make this more user-friendly if any way we can. And one thing would be to numerically order the pages in a consistent manner, because they're not. It's really hard for anybody, including me, to refer back and forth, because your budget units are not in order, and neither are your pages.
So noted.
This would be the 4th year I brought that up.
Hang on just one moment, please. Yes, clerk? Okay. The clerk is asking if that is consensus to change the style of the budget book. Was that a consensus, or is that a direction from one supervisor? Supervisor McCowan?
I think there's a number of items that we could discuss in changes to be made to the way the information's presented. So I think we should maybe hold that off until we have that discussion
Okay.
later today.
Well, I think the issue on Budget Unit 3010 on page 6, we discussed this and come to a conclusion that that's not a general fund contribution.
Oh, I don't disagree with that.
So I think that's a no-brainer that should be done.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. That applies to the library, it applies to the water agency. We're rolling a lot of things into the so-called discretionary money that we actually don't have discretion over, and those funds ought to be backed out because it gives an unrealistic picture of what monies we can actually make decisions on in terms of transferring it from a department.
Okay, clerk, do you have your information that you needed? Okay. And we will add that to discussion at the end of the day. Let's move forward.
So to wrap up, Budget Unit 3010, Administration Road Maintenance, no cuts would be recommended or possible out of the road fund. With the Budget Unit 3050, which is the Round Valley Airport, we identified slightly over $8,000 worth of cuts, and we're recommending about $4,500 worth of cuts to bring the maintenance budget into par with the Little River Airport. On page 32, moving along to Budget Unit 6210 and the Farm Advisor, we identified about $8,600 worth of cuts, and we are recommending slightly over $7,000 worth of cuts out of that budget unit. And finally, on page 34, Budget Unit 6110, the library, we identified slightly under $20,000 in potential cuts, but again, like the road fund, this is a special district fund, and any cuts that we attempt to make and apply towards the deficit are impossible to do without voter approval, and so no cuts can be recommended out of this budget unit. And with that concludes the run-through of the line item analysis.
Okay. Yeah, great. Okay.
Mr. Knott, did you want to just?
We are going to
Final.
have a 5-minute break at this moment. It's been requested, so. Okay, we're reconvening after our break. Ms. Angelo, do you have a wrap-up, or Mr. Knopp?
Chair Brown, members of the board, just a quick summary on the total savings identified were slightly over $90,000. And the executive office is making a recommendation that the remaining $66,855 outside of the jail budget unit would be applied towards the deficit later on as the auditor controller completes her final numbers for final budget.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Angela?
My only comment, Madam Chair, is that I would like to commend Mr. Knopp for doing this exercise, and also the department heads for participating. This was actually a lot of work. It was a good exercise for all of us, and clearly there is not a lot of fluff within the departments, and certainly in services and supplies. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, I would like to go to the departments, department heads. Do you have any comment? If you do, please come forward. Anyone? State your name for the record, please.
My name is Stacy Cryer, and I'm the Health and Human Services Agency Director. I don't want to make a comment about this particular exercise, but I did want to clear up something I said yesterday, and I wondered if now would be the appropriate time.
Absolutely.
Yesterday, during the closeout review of 0910, we were looking at IHSS, and the number on the sheet was, I think, $394,000 over county general fund. I did meet with the auditor yesterday after the work session closed, and she can probably explain it a lot better. But the way it works is the auditor, at the end of the year during closeout, takes the realignment dollars and allocates them through the social services budget units. And depending on how she does that, is how it shows up. And so she can explain that better, but we do agree that her office and my office need to coordinate our communication a little better so it's a little clearer for all of us. So I'll let her explain it.
Ms. Ford?
The way my office has historically allocated the realignment funds for social services is by the ratio of the budgeted amount in each budget unit, and that doesn't necessarily become equitable when drastic changes happen throughout the year to their expenditures and their revenues. So what we will be doing is making sure that we touch base with social services to find out exactly where that realignment revenue should be credited, so that it will not show this particular problem in the future.
Okay, supervisors, any questions? Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Cryer, does that mean that in actuality that it wasn't the 300,000 plus over in terms of IHSS funding?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, so maybe it's important that the record reflect that. So
Yes.
that, because that seemed, I think, I wasn't expecting that, given the detailed conversations we've had over the past year about that issue. Anything that happens in meet and confer is above and beyond that. But with the projections, I thought that we would be a lot closer, and I think the CEO voiced a similar comment. So could you just then clarify what the reality is in terms of that specific item we're talking about and what it really is?
The numbers that we presented to the auditor's office, or that we prepare as far as our closeout portion of the process, was that IHSS had netted at zero, not come in under or over. And when I made my comments yesterday, I did misspeak. I was thinking about 10-11, and all of my comments were based on 10-11. I was just in the wrong year and thinking about the wrong time, and you and the CEO were absolutely correct. So for IHSS, it netted zero.
Okay. I think that's good that the record reflect that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward. We're going to go to, Sheriff Ullman.
Good morning. This is a little different because we've usually had specific times to talk about it, but I appreciate what the CEO has done this year. And the CEO has worked with us for the last 3.5 months. I'm going to say we've had 100 days worth of discussing this every day. And this is my 4th budget process as sheriff, and it's probably the one that's gone the smoothest because it's the most transparent for everyone, for the department heads, for the press, and most importantly for the citizens. And I would challenge anyone to find anything hidden in this budget from any budget unit, because it's not. And the CEO has done everything she can to work with the department heads. And I know not everybody's happy, and I'm surely not going to sit here and say that the budget's everything the sheriff's office wanted, because it's not. But it is something that we're working to obtain the numbers, and appreciation goes to Norm Thurston from our office for continually working on the budget. I don't know how Norm has time to work on other things other than the budget, but he does, and his numbers are consistently good, and I'll stand by his numbers. I don't want there to be any surprise by me standing and telling you just to fund the sheriff's office employees that we have. This budget is $2,998,000 short. It's $3 million short just to fund the current employees that we have. And please remember, the sheriff's office has not hired any new employees since May 5th of 2009. So we're 15 months of not hiring because we understand the budget crisis, the budget situation, and we're allowing the natural attrition to occur. That's why we have 27 vacant positions. And we aren't to the critical stage yet, but I'll tell you that if we have another correctional deputy leave, or if I have another member of the command staff retire, or when it happens, we will get to the point where I will come to you and explain the situation very openly and tell you why why we would need to hire someone. But right now we haven't. And so yesterday, and I sat in here all day yesterday, I heard many people discuss the fact that we still have bargaining units who haven't made concessions on a permanent basis yet. But I want to change the tenor, because the glass is half full. We've had a considerable number of bargaining units make concessions, and we would not be in a position where we are right now if the bargaining units, very specifically SEIU and DSA, had not made concessions last year and allowed the numbers to be not as bad as they are. I'm surely not going to say the numbers are good, but we've had bargaining units make some huge concessions, and people who can't afford to make concessions have made concessions. And we as leaders have to recognize these bargaining units, even though there's others who haven't made the concessions yet. We have to look at what's happening, because 2 years ago, I don't think we could have predicted that we would have been able to have the employees go along with the concessions that we have. And this is a tough budget year. Next year is going to be tougher, and hopefully we're climbing out of this rut. But the fact that we have bargaining units who are coming and saying, yes, this is what I want to do, This is what we want to do as a group to save the county. I appreciate them. And of course, we are going to have employees who leave. And one of the things that you're going to see from the sheriff's office for the next 10 months of this fiscal year is the attrition. We will do absolutely what we can to absorb the attrition. And if employees want to leave and go to greener pastures, we will wish them luck and we will do everything we can to help them. But we're also thanking our current employees, because every time someone leaves and we absorb the attrition, we have other employees who are putting on different hats. And there's jobs that have to get done. There's jobs this county does, and surely not just law enforcement, that have to get done for the government, for the citizens, for public safety, for all the entire realm of where we're going. Jobs have to get done. And I understand that there's people who complain about our salaries and our pensions and so forth. That being said, there are jobs that have to get done, and right now those jobs are being performed in Mendocino County. So I wanted to start just by thanking the people who are putting on the different hats, who are not complaining. I haven't heard a complaint from an employee over the last year. I can honestly say that. I've heard frustrations, I've heard things, but no one has said, this is ridiculous, I'm not going to do it. They've said, this is a lot of things to do, but let's figure out a way to make it happen. So I'm very happy. And now I would go back to the CEO, because on Sunday night at 11:09, when I get a text from the CEO, it shows a commitment from the CEO that she's still at the office, still doing her job at almost midnight. So, Carmel, thank you for where you're taking us. I don't want to just bypass the $3 million and say it's there and let's pretend it's not there. We, the Sheriff's Office, will continue to do what we have been doing of getting additional resources, specifically grants. Remember, we're not paying for either one of the Covelo resident deputies. We, the general fund, the taxpayers are not paying for $200,000 worth of overtime, because that's coming out of asset seizure. One of the things that's in the budget book is the replacement vehicles for our patrol cars, because our patrol cars are hitting the 100 and 125,000 or mile mark now. It is not a safe patrol car. When a whatever brand of patrol car out there has 125,000 cop miles on it, it's not a safe vehicle. And so what you see in the budget book is us utilizing the asset seizure for this. And so while it's not taking away numbers on the budget, what it is doing is, if we didn't do that, you would see numbers up there. And so we're using it for fixed asset. And one thing that is not in the budget book, and I'm asking right now for the board to consider, is a VoIP system, a voice over IP. It's very expensive. It's about $257,000 that the Sheriff's Office is committed to paying for, and it'll save the general government in this complex here over $150,000 a year, and I'm asking for it to be placed in the budget book now as a fixed asset acquisition, and we work very close with General Services on this in IT, and it's something that's going to save this county literally millions of dollars in the future, and the Sheriff's Office is very happy to make the commitment to purchase this for the purpose of having good service for everyone and having a huge cost savings for everyone.
And that'd be through asset
That would be through asset seizure also. We're continuing to chase dollars. One of the things that is not in this budget right now is a check that we'll be receiving this week from state OES for $100,000. And it's not a matching grant. It's new money that's coming to us to help with commitments that we're making that this board has approved for public land marijuana enforcement. That will be happening next year. And this isn't going to be a new employee. This is going to be taking a current employee and basically putting him on this commitment full time, because it's something that you want. It's something that we want, and it's something the citizens want. That's the most important thing, and it's going to be happening. So it's fair to say that even though the numbers are in black and white in front of you, the Sheriff's Office budget is very fluid right now. I don't see it getting any worse. I can honestly say that. I do not see the Sheriff's Office getting any worse than what you're seeing in front of you. It's only going to get better, and that's because of the commitment we have from every peace officer that works for the Sheriff's Office, in the jail, on the street, the management, and the administration. I wish I could come and say we could meet the budget. I really do, Ms. Angelo. But I can't stand up here in good faith and say we can meet the budget being $3 million out of whack. What I'm going to say is that I will continue to meet with the CEO every week, and we have weekly meetings. I tell her where the resources are coming in and where we're cutting costs. We've reduced overtime on patrol level at 45%, and that's unheard of. We continue to reduce mileage. We continue to do everything we can to meet our budget. I don't see us hitting the $3 million mark. I do see us saving, it will not be more than $3 million next year, and it'll be considerable less, because we're working with many other agencies of getting resources. We're still expecting the COPS hiring grant to come in, because the president did sign the teacher and public safety fund, the stimulus fund 3 weeks ago, and we've had our paperwork in ready, and Congressman Thompson, who we've talked about today, is continuing to help us. So we're going to see the betterment of the sheriff's budget. It's not going to get worsened. I'd gladly take your questions of why you think, or for anything, but of course why you think we're going to be $3 million over. But I just want to cover what our commitment is. And our commitment is to do everything we can to help you financially get through the next 12 months, 24 months, or 36 months. And public safety is expensive. There's no question, no one's going to argue public safety is expensive. And of course, I heard yesterday when at least one speaker stated that if you would just take $200,000 from the sheriff's office budget and put it into a social program that could be matched dollars at the federal level, and that's very easy to say. And it was very, very, it just rolled off the tip of her tongue. But the truth is, today we have to do public safety. Today we have deputies out there who are doing the things that need to be done to make our county a safer spot. Today we have to do our mandate constitutionally in the county jail to make sure our prisoners are treated humanely and safely. And our employees are doing that. There's no question. I'm not promising you that it'll get better. I'm promising you right now that I'll stand on my word to say our employees are doing the very, very best job they can with what they have, and we're not asking for anything more. You know, we're one of the few departments who haven't asked for additional employees, additional resources. We're just saying it costs this much money to provide this amount of service, and the board is saying, I believe they're saying, well, if that's the service that's required, let's do it, and I appreciate that. As you know, I have an open door, I have an open cell phone, and I'll answer your questions at any time, but that's our commitment to do it. So I want to thank you for where we are right now. This is the most stressful time that you could have as supervisors. I wish Supervisor Colfax could say that his last year as supervisor was the best year ever. But in this situation, I guess I can speak for you, David, and say this is the most stressful year, because there's just not enough money to pay the necessary things. So with that, I thank you, unless you have questions.
Supervisor Pinches.
I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but if our sheriff stands here and says he's going to come in approximately $2 million or $3 million over budget, then, I mean, we're going to have to deal with this, whether it's today or probably it's going to show up more to the front burner level about 9 months from now in about the start of our fourth quarter of 10-11. So I guess we can ignore this problem or try to deal with it, but it's certainly going to come up. I mean, that's not a small amount. I mean, we were talking about shortfalls, whatnot. I think 4 years ago, Tom, it was $600,000 or something. Now, I mean, so you're saying that above your 10-11 allocation, what the CEO's office has recommended to allocate the sheriff and jail budget, you project right now that you're going to come in $3 million over, or $2.8 million over that.
To keep our current employees that we have today on. We truly.
And that's reflecting the negotiations with the Deputy Sheriff Association. That's after that savings too.
It is. I could count on to 5 right now of people that I truly believe are going to be gone by the end of the year. I'm not going to commit my names, but I know who's leaving, and those are going to add up to a lot of money.
So according to your numbers, without including who you figure is going to retire or whatnot in the next year, you're still projecting your budget's going to be over $2.8 million. Is that a fair statement?
Not including people leaving, or people leaving?
And
The people leaving.
What's your projection is your budget's going to be over?
In fourth quarter, my crystal ball says I'll be standing in front of you around $2 million projection by the end of June of 2011.
Well, I think this board needs to be aware of that. And I don't know, at this point, I don't know how it's going to affect our process here today or tomorrow. But it certainly, I appreciate you being up front with us and not saying this. you know, that's a large amount of money, and as it stands right now, we don't have any general fund reserves. So I don't know how we're going to deal with that other than make the drastic cuts when it comes that time. Because we don't have a backup. I mean, you need to know that too. I mean, we don't have anywhere to go.
I understand
is the
that,
point. Yeah.
Supervisor.
Yeah.
And I think, Sheriff Ullman, we've only seen the tip of the iceberg about finances, revenues, and our budget. We've tried to address it as we've gone through ever since I've come on the board since January 2009. Every month, we're addressing budget issues. We've tried to deal with each hit we've taken. We're going through this process today and several days, actually, to finalize a budget, and we still don't know what the state's going to do.
Well, I know one thing.
I think we've been in hard times, but I don't even think we've seen the tip of the iceberg. So we're all going to have to think about that. And when you talk about the bargaining groups, yes. In the past, many of those groups have stepped up, taken MTOs. Others have taken VTOs. Yes, we have bargaining groups that have concluded, but we have bargaining groups that have not. I certainly can't sit here and commit another $2 million when I don't know where we're at with those groups. And the longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. We're in a situation, the 5 supervisors, to keep the financial legs that are very weak under this county, and we need to move forward. But I do appreciate all your comment. I just don't know where we're going to find $2 million.
And I understand and I agree with everything you said, Madam Chair. It's one thing that I haven't even discussed today is the fact that our governor plans on putting a huge burden. The budget's, part of the state budget's going to be settled by putting a huge burden of 3-year felons in state prison onto county jails. And we are doing everything we can to prepare for this, but we have 8 vacancies in the jail right now of correctional deputies. And so that means our current staff are working 12-hour days, sometimes 5 days a week, just to keep up where we are right now, not including what Governor Schwarzenegger wants to do. So we're in a situation where I'm not going to say doom and gloom, but I'm surely not going to say the sun's rising in our favor right now. We have to stay on top of everything that's happening. Every available dollar out there, we need to grab it. And that's what the Sheriff's Office commitment is right now, to say, how can we chip away at this deficit to make it work for everybody?
Well, I appreciate all your information. Please keep us informed on that level. We all know it's coming, and we're going to have to deal with it with the money we have in the best way we can as we move into the future. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to go to public comment. Anyone that desires to speak on the line item budget review, please come forward. Seeing no one. Any other comment? You want to move forward? Okay. So where we are going to go will be to the 2010-11 final county budget presentation, continued, layoff list and general fund positions chart. So we're going to the layoff list. I think if my colleagues don't mind, we need to go to public comment. Supervisor
That's fine.
Pinches?
I guess it'd be a continuation of Kyle's list here. I got an issue that I'd like to bring up for discussion.
Okay, we're going to go back.
If it's all right.
Supervisor Pinches.
On the information budget, we're going to spend $200,000 on switches in various county buildings. Is anybody here that can explain? I don't know nothing about this stuff, but I want to explain. I guess my main question is, I'm not saying we don't need these switches, but do we need them all in one fiscal year? Can we spread that? That's a lot of money for these computer switches. I guess my first question is, are they needed for the upgrades, and can we afford the upgrades after we put the switches in, and do we have to do it all in one fiscal year?
Krista McMinamy, GSA Director. I have been requesting the switches ever since I've been the GSA Director, so for the past 4 years. We recently lost a switch last fiscal year in public health, took down the entire building for a day and a half. And we had to then be $50,000 over budget in order to fund that switch. I would rather, and the switches in the admin center are 15 years old. They are well past their lifetime. They are hanging on by a shoestring. And I went to the CEO, and I am 100% convinced that those switches that control this entire campus, including the sheriff's department, they are not replaced this year. They will go down, and you will have to pay for the money anyway. And so I did not want to be a department that said, well, you know, let's live without them, and then if they break, we'll just go spend the money. I wanted to put those in the budget to be responsible, to say, yes, they need to be replaced. They also need to be replaced if we're going to switch over to voice over IP. You cannot have voice over IP in this admin center with the current switches. The load cannot handle it. It will not work. Those switches have to be replaced in order to utilize the voice over IP that the sheriff has generously decided to go ahead and fund on behalf of the county. And it is approximately $150,000 savings a year to switch from our current Centrex phones to voice over IP. Voice over IP has been something I've been wanting to do for at least 3 years now, that I've been very anxiously awaiting extra funding at some point to do. So we really do need the switches. If they're going to be pulled, I will guarantee you they're not. They're going to break, and we're going to spend the money anyway.
Well, after what the sheriff just said, it looks like we're going to have to close down this whole building anyway.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
No joke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisors?
I didn't say that
any-
facetiously.
No, I know you didn't.
No, I know that. Supervisor Pinches. I know. I understand your feelings. Okay, anything else on the line item budget? Supervisor Pinches, anything else? Okay. We are going to move forward then to the layoff list and general fund positions chart. I'm going to start with public comment. Supervisor Smith is not in the room. This is directed towards the layoff list. Is there anyone from the public or department heads that would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor McCowan?
I think if we have a little bit of discussion, it might make for more informed public comment. I believe we have some information on the water agency, for example, from county council. There's been a lot of discussion about what leeway does the board have to simply take all of the funds that are currently allocated to the water agency, and I believe the information will show that just as with the library and Department of Transportation road funds, that the water agency is a special district and funds accrue by virtue of it being a special district. I believe it's authorized by state statute, and I think that we are limited in our ability to simply eliminate the water agency and move those funds over to the general fund. I think it would also, so I'd appreciate getting an update from county council on that. I also think it would be helpful to have some discussion at the museum, because while I believe that certainly some members of the board think we should try to make savings in the museum, I doubt that anyone on the board thinks that we should close the museum, and I think the public should have an indication of what our thoughts are before they address us.
Okay. Supervisor Pinches.
Well, first of all, when it comes to the water agency, there's no proposal I've seen to eliminate the water agency. The water agency gets a tax increment. The board of supervisors are the water agency. What the proposal here is to reduce the staffing.
Well,
That's-
by
there's a
eliminating
big- I want
all
to
of
clarify that. There's a big difference, though.
But the proposal is to eliminate 100% of the water agency staff.
Staff, exactly, but not the water agency.
Okay, gentlemen, let's hear from county council.
Madam Chair, it would be my recommendation that the CEO do the presentation first, and then we can address any legal issues that come up.
Okay. Ms. Angela, please go forward. Supervisor Smith. Okay, go ahead and go forward, please.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the third phase of our layoff list, and as you recall, the information that was shared yesterday, how we got to this point was that back in December and January, when we were looking at a $7.6 million deficit, this board authorized 100 layoffs, and we've been doing them in 4 phases, and this list that you have before you is phase 3. Over the past 3 phases, it's become increasingly more difficult to identify positions to be laid off while essentially applying the board guidelines. And I think that, one of the comments that Sheriff Allman made, and I appreciate Sheriff Allman's comments, it's true, we've spent a lot of time over the past few months working together, and I think that I have a better understanding of the Sheriff's Department, and I think the Sheriff has a better understanding of what we're dealing with throughout the county. But one of the comments that the Sheriff made is to keep our current employees, which I understand is the Sheriff's desire to do so in the interest of the public's safety. But it's also the desire of this board to keep the field deputies in the field. And so when we look at the amount of money that goes into public safety in general and the positions in public safety, and I'm not talking about just the Sheriff's Department. If we look at the sheriff, we look at the jail, we look at probation, juvenile hall, the district attorney, and the public defender. That's approximately 300 positions, and that is a lot of general fund. It's about 50 or 54% of our general fund. So when we look at moving forward with layoffs, there are very few places that we can go, because public safety is a system, and every part of that system feeds into each other. So if you have a deputy in the field who is doing their job and they arrest somebody, once they touch that person touches every part of the system. So I recall months ago when we began to look at layoffs, and I want to say that public safety has given up 11 positions. So they have participated in the layoff process. But at that point in time, when we began talking about the layoffs, it was very clear that if we continue to cut the district attorney, certainly cutting the public defender increases our costs, and cutting probation, and we have the point of entry stay the same, then we have a system that backs up and that can't work. So clearly, public safety is part of the equation, and it's part of the phases of the layoff. And it's also part of the decisions as we move forward, and also some of the criteria that we used to look at this third round of layoff. So as we proceed with the layoffs, it is a means of dealing with our structural deficit. And it's greater than this operational deficit for 10-11 because we continue to have this ongoing county debt that we keep trying to work against. And in my opinion, it hasn't hit yet until fiscal year 11-12. That's when we're really going to feel it. So what we looked at, as you can see on tab 12 on this phase of layoff, we looked at wanting to assure the following, which was maintaining core county functions and basic health and safety functions, and also maintaining the administrative infrastructure for those functions, and also being in compliance with all laws and regs. And then, of course, if a position is revenue generating, it's not in the best interest of the county to eliminate that position. So we looked at eliminating or reducing down non-mandated or non-essential services, and also the supervisor to staff ratio, which I think speaks more to the type of county government that we're trying to deliver over the next couple years. We're not in a position to be able to afford all of the positions we have, and particularly the higher level positions, as this board knows and this board has directed that we look at supervisor to staff ratios. That's one of the reasons that the museum and the water department jumped out. The list that you have before you has approximately 13 positions. The remaining positions not specifically identified for this round could be selectively eliminated during the first and second quarter as attrition occurs. So as we look at the budget, I'm going to go to the positions now, and then we can open it up for dialogue. And certainly, I've talked with County Council about the water agency as well. But I am convinced that there is no way to balance this budget and to keep it balanced without continuing with the layoffs. And I am very sorry to say that. I don't see another way. And when you look at wage concessions, and I have to say that we did very well with wage concessions so far, and the auditor included those numbers, about $2.1 million, that brought our $4.8 million deficit down. But if you look at all the information that was provided and the information that was provided yesterday, the figures around wage concessions and the amount of savings that we could achieve were based on a full year. They were based on 12 months. So this is August 31st. Any layoffs that would occur today won't occur until October 1st. So we've lost 1 quarter, whether it's for layoff savings or whether it's for wage concessions. So the clock is ticking. So with that, I'll move forward with the layoff list. And I think that you have your resolution there, and then you do have your general fund chart that's behind the layoff list. But on the layoff list, the water agency, Supervisor McCowan is right, all 4 positions are on the water agency, from the water agency are on the layoff list. What we looked at really was the supervisor to staff ratio and essential services. And if we're looking at possibly streamlining our services, consolidating our services for savings, then it's possible that the water agency, certainly the money that pays for the water agency, and they have a little under $200,000 in grants, that could fund 2 positions. Those positions could move over to another department. We could begin to build a public resource department. And as we look at what's happening today and thinking, can we afford everything that we have and all the staff that we have, does it make sense to eliminate a department head position and move the staff with that funding over to planning and look at the beginning of a public resource agency? Regarding the museum, there are 3 positions on the layoff list, which essentially is all of the museum staff. And again, looking at a ratio of 1 to 2, 1 department head to 2 staff, is it possible that we could operate the museum, or could we suspend services? I realize the museum is very important to this county, to this board, and to this community. And it's not about closing it permanently, but it's about looking at possibly saving $300,000 and suspending operations of the museum. And I think that the museum is something that we could learn from, in the sense that when we obligate the county for years forward, we have to be very clear and do some projections that we're able to do that. And so here we are with the museum. It is only $300,000. But we're struggling to balance the budget and to keep the services that we have. And clearly, after today's comments from the sheriff, we know yesterday was $2 million with mental health. Today, the sheriff is saying that he needs an additional $2 million. So at that point in time, $300,000 becomes a lot of money. With the museum, we could suspend services. We could look at working with community-based organizations to take over the operations of the museum. If this board chooses not to do that and to keep the museum open, then it is my recommendation that we look at consolidating the operations of the museum with the library. And again, we look at savings of eliminating a department head. These are hard decisions for this board, and these are hard decisions for me to talk about. But I have to say that when we're asking for wage concessions, when we're cutting our staff, when we're saying we might close the doors on mental health because we absolutely don't have the money to give mental health, how can we sit here and say that we can afford 1 department head to 2 staff, or 1 department head to 3 staff? So I think that these are serious issues, and definitely decisions that this board will have to make. When you get to the rest of the layoff list, I don't think it's problematic in the sense that we're talking a supervisor in juvenile hall, The Chief Probation Officer is here today, and I think can attest to the numbers. We're actually 5 supervisors. They're going to 3, 1 per shift, not a problem. And then the other positions, transportation, and then 4 in HHSA, essentially are shifting funding. Nobody's losing their jobs. They're going from being funded by general fund to another funding stream. And I think another exercise that's come out of the layoff list over the 3 phases is the fact that we've learned that there are other funding streams for some of these positions that have been funded by general fund. And I think it's becoming very clear to us, to the departments, and to the public that the general fund is really the funder of last resort. It's not the first fund, and then we look at grant dollars or state and federal dollars for other activities. At this point, general fund is shrinking, so much so that we really have to look at it as the funder of last resort. The last chart that you have in section 12 on your layoffs section in your binder is the general funded positions. And again, this is in there as information for the public and for the board. These are where our general funded positions are. And if you look at general government, you look at our resource agencies, health and human services, and in internal support, there are not a lot of general funded positions there. And again, public safety, we're looking at 300. This is a system. You have to approach it as a system, and if you have a point of entry that's wide and brings in volume, it's very difficult to cut the rest of the system. So that's the layoff list, and I think at this point I've talked with the Chief Counsel, and she may want to speak about the water agency funding.
Does the board have any questions about that? Do you want me to?
I think you should go forward,
Okay.
yes.
The water agency was formed approximately 1949, and it's governed by Water Code Section 54. Historically, the water agency had been operated through the Department of Public Works. And then in the 80s, I think it was the 80s, where the board decided to retain someone to actually work closer with the district and create the district in the way that we see it today. Supervisor Pinchas is correct that this board sits as the water agency's directors, board of directors. In accordance with the water code, you have the ability to hire employees to work for the district, which you have done. The fact that the district is being operated over there in the ag department and run by a particular department head does not mean it has to continue that way. Obviously, you can decide how you want the district to function, but in order to eliminate the district, that would require legislative action and or LAFCO. You'd have to go through the LAFCO process in order to do that. The district has a number of grant funds that need to be utilized, and you can't just ignore the grant funding and not complete the projects. And the district is also funded through tax assessments. So those funds cannot just revert back to the general fund. They are specifically earmarked for the district. So it's really up to this board as to how you want the district to function, but you're not in a position today to eliminate the district.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a total of the tax money that is reserved specifically for the district?
I think the auditor can answer that, maybe.
That's a piece of the ad valorem property taxes, and it's in the budget book.
That'd be the operating transfer in amount, right?
No.
Meredith, is that the approximately 120,000, or is there more?
Yeah, it's a little less than $120,000, yes. Annually.
Thank you.
Okay, supervisors, any other questions?
Are we questions or comment or
Comment.
to this whole list?
Yes.
Well, I'm adamantly opposed against reducing the museum, taking away the staff at the museum. I think that on a bare bones minimum, we could operate with the museum director and one person. I would give up the curator's position. If you look, it hasn't been actually filled for a long while anyway. But to go less than that, I mean, number one, to close the doors of the museum is not, it's just not acceptable. It shouldn't even be talked about. I think we can run it at the with the two people, the director and the what's the other staff assistant person, and certainly with the help of the museum board and whatnot, maybe we could start being more aggressive on alternate funding sources and things like that. But at this time, to just close the doors, and by eliminating the staff, that's what you were doing. I mean, there was one talk about, well, you can leave the keys at the library or something. I mean, that's not going to work. You have, first of all, you have generations of people that have donated items to the museum, to the county of Mendocino, and they were guaranteed the trust of those different artifacts and things, all the way from Native American artifacts to families of many generations around here. So that's just not, at this time, you know, we're going to have ongoing budget issues and continuing to keep to redoing things and combinations and combining departments and things like that. And those all are issues that we're going to have to work on. This budget issue, when I was on the board in the 90s, we took 2 weeks for the budget process, and that was kind of it. Now our budget process is year-round, and I see that continuing. We're going to be working on budget issues on a weekly basis. We talk about, well, what the state's going to do to us. We know what the state's going to do to us. They're just going to make it worse here at that local level. That's a given. But, you know, we have to hold the line somewhere on some of these. We've reduced this and that and everything throughout the system, and I've supported most of them. But I just can't, you know, when it comes to the museum, that's something, that's the history of Mendocino County. It's more than us in the room. It's past generations, it's future generations. You know, if we're going to close the museum in this county, then I'd probably have to support closing the county down and just leaving a criminal justice system and a road department and the rest of it go away. You know, so I have to hold the line on the museum. That's all there is to it. And to reduce the staff lower than 2, I just can't support that in any shape or form.
Well, Supervisor Pinchas, I certainly share your concerns for the artifacts and other historical gifts given to the museum, how they're going to be cared for in the future. That discussion has to come. I think the CEO has made that very clear, that we do have some responsibility, not some, we have responsibilities, a number of them, in caring for what has been given. And I am very concerned and want to engage, and maybe that's today, or hearing from the public how we can take care of those items. And certainly take care, it takes someone with knowledge. We heard Ms. Verl Anderson speak during public expression yesterday, and her concern for Native American baskets, grass mats, the care that is needed for those particular items. You have to have the knowledge in how to care for them. But having said that, I want to move on to Supervisor Colfax's comment.
Madam Chair, I have to step in here. I'm not going to be here a year from now. And given my prior experience as a survey researcher and so forth, I was putting together a little questionnaire for the supervisors just now. The question I would put to us, and I'm going directly to the heart of what Johnny Pinchas has just said. Here's an item that Mr. Pinchas, who may or may not be on the board next year, is expressing a concern that if I were running again for office right now, I would be very, very concerned about where this whole budget is taking me, because I see people sitting in the audience who would take any move in the direction of impacting the sheriff's budget as a sign that I or the rest of the supervisors do not support public safety, which would be an absurd interpretation, but it would be an understandable interpretation. I think we, or you, not this supervisor, the four of you who probably will be here or are likely to be here next September when some of the numbers come in. The question I would be asking right now, and the fact that the answer will tell us what we should be talking about right now, is not closing down the museum, not cutting back on services, not coming up against a leaner and meaner reorganized Mendocino County government. But the real question right now before the Board of Supervisors, and I really feel if we don't answer this question openly and honestly, you are setting yourselves up for a fall of major proportions. And it's not to lecture you because I've been on the board longer than any of you. It's simply to say, where are you as one of the four supervisors who will be here next year going to get the money to cover the sheriff's $2 to $3 million overage 2010-11? Where are you going to get it? And I'd like to hear each supervisor come up with an answer to that question, because you're going to be up here and it's going to get worse. But for us to be talking about closing the museum, closing the water agency, going on and kind of trimming off the fact that we're at the starvation point in a situation that we're pretending that only if we could get better food, maybe we'd be all better nourished and could cope with the fact is we're starving to death. Maybe so, but it's not a question of better food, it's no food at all. Should we be talking about closing down, as Supervisor Pinches only half facetiously said, closing down Mendocino County? Where do we stand with our representatives in Sacramento? Where do we stand with CSAC? What is happening here? Maybe we are having to look at, or should be looking at, systematically and intelligently, not with whether or not the museum is a desirable entity, not with whether or not the sheriff can or cannot function with a budget drastically underfunded at the present time and into the future, no matter how hard he works. We're still going to have, you are going to have, Mendocino County is going to have a $2 million shortfall. Yesterday I complained about the fact is we were borrowing money to take care of this, of the current, the previous year's shortfall. We could borrow it. Now we're being told you're going for some balancing of the budget. We have to have a balanced budget, except for one thing. We've just been told, honestly, sincerely, and authoritatively, I would add, that we're going to have a $2 million shortfall if we adopt this balanced budget. That, and I do have a bachelor's degree in psychology, if I remember correctly, that's known as psychosis. I cannot comprehend why we are going through this. Supervisors will tell you one-on-one, have told me, that this is a charade. This is a game. But it's not a game when we're coming up against it. I'm throwing it out here because I don't have any answers. And I can walk away and not even pay any attention to what date the four of you are up here even talking about this, like 99.7% of the population of Mendocino County at this moment. But the reality is here, for us to be going through a process here where we're asking the supervisors, should we close down the museum? Of course not. It's absurd to be closing down the museum. It's absurd to be cutting back on our programs, health programs. It's absurd to be cutting back on the Arts Council. All these things that are before us are absurdities, but we're acting as if we are engaged in rational behavior. And I really think this is something where somebody has to grab us by the shoulders and give us a good shaking and say, wake up, pay attention. Where are you going with this? I would suggest at this point, we are going toward bankruptcy. We are going to have to go back to major restructuring with the help of agencies across the state with regard to CSAC, with regard to all those other forces that are out there theoretically. But we're not going there. We're sitting here, and we'll sit here because I'm lengthening the discussion, I'm afraid. But we're sitting here talking as if we're being rational people, when in fact, we are facing a situation in which none of us, were we running for re-election, would want to answer the Colfax survey. Where are you, as one of the supervisors who will be here next year, going to get that money to cover the sheriff's $2 to $3 million overage 2010, 2011? Let's keep all of these positions in place. If you're in for a dime, you may as well be in for a dollar, or vice versa. If we're going down, let's go down on a principled basis. Let's go down and say, no, we're keeping everything. Come back next year without a balanced budget and say, bring it on, state, bring it on. We have spent this money and we can't pay. Bring it on. You got to bail us out, because we are, the county of Mendocino is an arm of the state. We are not autonomous. We are not independent. I think the county council probably agree with that. Hey, guess what? You're telling us to dig a big, big ditch, and you've given us a teaspoon to dig with. It can't be done. You dig the ditch. It's all yours. And this is a tirade, I guess, or I'm not sure. I want to make sure the Daily Journal gets it right. It's not a tirade. It's someone else can come up with the word. But it is an effort to say here, why are we fooling around with simple things like closing down the museum? Why are we talking about, can we support this program or that program? When in fact, our real problem is we are being starved to death, and we're talking about whether we should eat organic or not. And that is not something that we really should be wasting our time or engaging in what is a charade in this situation. I'm sorry, I won't be here in 4 months and you won't hear about it, so that's perhaps good for you, but it's not going to make me feel very good. Sheriff, thank you for your acknowledging. This has not been a good year, and it's not a good year, I know, for my colleagues up here. And again, thank you for your directness, openness, and expression of what we, I think, need to pay attention to.
Okay.
Not so okay.
Is the discussion still on the museum?
Supervisor Colfax just made his comments. Supervisor McCowan, you desired to speak. I see you took your speaker pin down. Supervisor Pinches, you can go forward, but I do want to move to public comment.
Oh, I'm just curious the comments from other board members pertaining to the museum, the layoff list of the museum.
I'm going to hear public comment first, and then it comes back to the board for our consideration. I think it's only fair for those that have come here. Good. If we adjourn for noon, who knows if these people can come back at 1:30 this afternoon. So I do want to go to public comment, and this is the time for that. Anyone from the public desiring to speak, please come forward. Dr. Polis, I see you in the audience, and I know you want to speak. You'll need to put your name into the record and also know you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm Paul Polis, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. I've been a consultant. I've been on boards, and I have been head of departments. And I come to you as a member of the public who is from the Mendocino County Historical Society, where I serve as a board member, and from the Held-Pogue Museum or Library. And we try to make that distinction that we're not a museum, we're a library, and sometimes those functions need to be separated. But from the Held-Pogue Library as director. And I haven't heard one thing in today's comments that we've talked about income generation. And we recently took the great step of hiring a new director for the museum. And the point of that was that Allison Glassy has stepped into a position with a decreased salary. She has taken a 25% cut in her staff already, and yet she's developed programs that we sorely need, because we are not just a storage place for artifacts, as some people think, but we are generating educational opportunities, we're generating tourism, and for the first time in many years, Allison has developed new programs and programs that bring in people. But that type of thing takes time and it takes staff, and it will not happen overnight. And so she needs staff in order to develop programs that will bring in tourism. And as I recall, tourism brings in dollars. And I think that we need other forms of income besides county government as a drawing point. And right now, with the loss of a lot of agriculture and lumber, if I'm not mistaken, the county is the biggest employer in the county. And so we need to be looking at those things. But the main point is that a museum is not just a storage facility for artifacts of history. It deals with tourism, it deals with education, and it deals with development of the county itself. It is a gift from the society that some of you may wish that hadn't been given, but nonetheless it was accepted, and it was accepted with the idea that it would be a separate department and that it would function as that with a chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Public comment? Please come forward. She's a department head. Okay.
Yeah.
Please state your name for the record.
Allison Glassy, Interim Museum Director. And I'm not sure that this is the right time for me to speak, since I'm not the public, so I didn't know if, but I didn't want to miss my chance. So if
you go forward as a department head, yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just concerned since this was agendized for this afternoon, so I was, but anyway.
Ms. Angelo, this wasn't a timed item.
No, the external request was a timed item, but the layoffs
was just
was something
part of the
that,
agenda,
right,
yeah.
So this is fine, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to
that's
clarify
fine.
that.
It just, since it came after the external request, it looked like it was in the afternoon, so. Okay, this is a non-PowerPoint PowerPoint, so I'm just going to use these as notes, and you'll have them, I guess, in front of you. And I just want to talk about where the museum is right now, what we've been doing, and how this proposal would affect it, or these proposals. And so I just wanted to start off with what is a museum, and I think that Dr. Polis described that very well, that it is a number of different things. It is not just a storage place. It's not just a place where you count how many cars are parked out front, which somebody mentioned to me. And so part of it is looking at a museum as a building. It's got contents, but more than that, it's opportunities, and it's the experiences that people have when they are in that building, when they're interacting with those contents. And what museums do is they display artifacts, present information, conduct programs, have events and education for the public. They catalog, conserve, and store artifacts, and they conduct research and respond to researchers. And that's an area that you may be less familiar with, but we did just have, in the last month, researchers come from out of the area to look through our archives regarding Redwood Summer, working on a film that they're hoping to show it at Sundance. And that's just one of a number of areas where the Mendocino County Museum is going to be credited, because we have items that you can find nowhere else in the world. The people who use the museums are county residents, and what's been interesting to me over this past year is the looking at what the needs of each of the constituents are and how they're the same and how they differ. So for county residents, what they're most interested in is changing exhibits and events that celebrate the contents of the museum. Visitors to the county, what they're looking for is a quality experience as they're going through the museum. Changing exhibits aren't as much an issue for them, but the lighting and the seating and having, you know, a very interesting place to walk through is part of it. And for researchers and authors and other people who need to look things up in the museum, what they need is items that are cataloged, that they can access, and that they can go through. And all of those are things that the museum is part of doing. The museum is part of public heritage, it's part of economic development, performing arts, all of those different things. We've talked a little bit before about the ethics of the ethical principles of museums, and it sounds like you've got that message, but there are very clear ethics and principles that are involved when you accept a donation. The museum literally has over 70,000 artifacts and items in storage, all of which constitute that kind of an agreement with the donor and the museum. The museum was established in 1972 out of the generosity of the Mendocino County Historical Society. It was a successor to something called the Frontier Days Museum, which had an extensive wagon collection, and we still have that extensive wagon collection. The city of Willits is involved because they own the land but lease it to the county at a very low price. And the agreement was that the county would accept the building, would operate it as a department with the director as a department head. So at the bottom of the third page are a list of reasons why the concept of closure and merger, those concepts are not viable. There's a duty of conservation and the care of the donations that is invested in the museum. There's the duty of trust in the continuous ownership and the preservation of those donations. There's kind of a trail of evidence, if you will. The commitment to the museum director as a department head, the commitment to the museum as a separate department, the commitment to ongoing operations. There's also just the ongoing attention that you need in the maintenance of the facility and the environmental controls. And another issue that was more recently brought to my attention is just the issue of the insurance necessary for those collections and making sure that they have been properly appraised. And one of the reasons why the insurance line item for the museum is as high as it is because of those collections. The museum has developed a 5-year plan. I didn't bring you another copy because I know you're familiar with it, but that 5-year plan is very comprehensive, and it looks at every aspect and shows what it is that we need to move forward. We're very clear about the mission of the museum. We want to put the museum on the map, literally and figuratively, so people know where we are and they know what we are within this county. One of the things that's happened most recently as we're rolling out a new exhibit is we've actually had local people coming into the museum specifically to see the past tense exhibit. And that's very exciting. Our prior exhibit that we brought in on Gold Fever, we didn't really advertise. We used it for the school trips that occurred, but we didn't advertise it. This one we're advertising, and people are coming in just to see this new exhibit, and that's pretty exciting. So in here, we've listed a number of the events that have taken place and will continue to take place, from the Lantern Festival in February, the Gold Fever exhibit. We participated for the first time in Heritage Days, and there is definitely a movement to make it countywide, to make it month-long, and to make it into a much bigger event. And the people on the coast, the members of the Heritage Network, deserve a lot of credit for having brought forth Heritage Days. We had a very successful Heritage Ranch tour that was sold out earlier this year in Willits, and we're planning one in Potter Valley this fall. We've had field trips, Frontier Days. We were in the parade for the first time ever. And we also had our highest day of attendance, sales in the store, and donations on a 4th of July occurred this year. We are launching the Museum Collage Project, which I won't go into details about. The Past Tense exhibit. We've got a wine and mushroom reception planned with the Seabiscuit Heritage Foundation in November. And then we're very proud to be partners with Roots of Motive Power and the Holiday Express and all of those things. So it sounds like fun and games, and that's not what this is. This is about giving back to the people of this county from what they've donated to the museum and from their participation in that. And it's also about being an educational resource, and it's also being part of the economic development of the region, and in particular of Willits. We have specific organizational goals that fit in with where you want to go for the museum. We're in the process of creating Mendocino Museum Partners, a nonprofit agency, with the idea that that agency can go anywhere from being a Friends of the Museum. We intend that they run the store, similar to the way the Guild runs the store for the Sun House Museum. They will run our volunteer program, and we will have membership, and ultimately they could go so far as to contract with the county to operate the museum if that was an arrangement that people wanted to see. And we've also enhanced the communication with newsletters, with a website, and other things that are going on. So what we've got is very active programming, and that's through that 5-year plan. It's through reaching out to other community agencies, and we're involved with schools and community events, et cetera. So I want to talk a little bit about the public-private partnership. That's what this museum started out as. That's what this museum still is. And that's the way most museums that are run by counties are operated. So the public part covers the facility maintenance, repair, infrastructure, and core staff. And the private part covers marketing, programs, all those other things. This partnership has been sustained for nearly 40 years. Literally millions of dollars have been invested in the museum through donations, through volunteers, through county general fund, and this is not the time to let that investment go. So steps to strengthen the private side of the partnership. One is creating the nonprofit, as I said, creating a paying membership for the museum, establishing an organized volunteer program, which we've got a very good start to, and developing and implementing a fundraising portfolio. And I've developed such a portfolio. I've developed a proposed budget for the private fundraising that needs to be done for this particular year. The steps to strengthening the public side of the partnership are to build up to a stable funding level. I'm sure we could negotiate what that would be, but I've picked 1% of the general fund in good times. At this point, we're around 0.5% of the general fund, and the thought would be that over a 5 or so year time period, as the economy recovers, we could gradually go from our straitened circumstances to being funded at a level that we can count on and that the county could count on. I want to talk briefly about the staffing. We have 3 staff at this point. There was justification and funding for 5 staff a number of years ago. And so at this point, everybody's doing double duty. As director, I have sat at the front desk. I've helped put items on the wall. I've helped clear out bugs and pick up trash, write grants, speak at a public function, do research, you name it, it's something, I've done a little bit of everything. And that's what a hands-on director does, and I'm more than willing to do that. The curator of exhibits is responsible for making those exhibits happen, responding to research requests, et cetera, and she's been very busy with putting up the exhibit. And then we have a staff assistant one. She handles reception, payroll, accounts payable and receivable, purchasing, the store, and everything else. So each of these positions is very, very critical. I think the concern is that the department needs that complement. If you go back to what the original staffing was, it was at least a director and a receptionist. And I want to assure you that I have the kind of relationship with the staff that we have discussed all of the different options. Our desire is that you don't ask us to cut any further. I'll be very clear and honest about that. However, if you were to ask us to do so, I've discussed those possibilities with the staff, and we have options that we can offer if we were required to. Make additional cuts that would still maintain the museum as a going concern.
Do you have options that you can talk about right now, today?
I could. If I could finish talking about the budget here, because that's the next thing, and then
Okay.
I'll wrap
Please
up
go
with
forward.
that. So, actually, these pages aren't numbered, but it's at the bottom. It says it's Mendocino County Museum budget - county. And so it talks about the 293,000 or 92,000, either way, that we now have, the loss of 25% of the staff. Staffing is over 80% of the budget. I mean, that's basically our budget, and the rest is utilities. The only kind of discretionary part after you get out of through utilities and the insurance is we have $3,280 for anything other than utilities and insurance. And that's less money than the museum has ever had for that, and it means we're going to have to raise funds for anything we want to do, whether it's paying to lease a traveling exhibit or whatever. From the private standpoint, we're estimating our fundraising need at around $20,000, considering that we don't have much of a track record. That's a little daunting, but our hope is that we can get about $5,000 of it or so from admission fees, about $5,000 of it or so from the store, and then raise the rest through events and other ways. I've talked with the city of Willits. There's a concept of a culture, education, and recreation area that the museum and the library and the rodeo grounds and Roots and all of us are part of. And we are definitely going to be pursuing that. We've talked about partnerships with Mendocino College, the city of Willits, Visit Mendocino, whether there could be some in-kind collaboration. And there's the discussion of a recreation district that I've been told might be something that we could look at. So Mendocino County Museum is a unique and very amazing asset this county has. And I've been on every side of the budget table. And I've represented mandated services and now non-mandated services. But I know there's a public trust here involved. That's why I understand that we may need to take another hit. But there's still a baseline that says there needs to be a museum for all the reasons that anybody ever gave money or items or anything to the Mendocino County Museum. So, what could we do? Depends on how large a cut you're talking about. But in our discussions, the proposal to lay off the curator was the one that staff as a whole felt comfortable with. I'm not going to go through all the details of that discussion. I recognize that it's awkward for me to stand here and say that, but that was the result of the discussion that was initiated by staff themselves. and it would be very difficult. That individual has spent the last year essentially tutoring me, saying, if I get run over by a truck, you need to know this. And she has deliberately been tutoring and training me for this last year. And that's where we are. That's not entirely the level of my salary, but it's pretty close. I want to be clear, if it hasn't already come up, that the salary that was stated in the paper was overstated by at least 25%. And so if I need to donate MTO on top of the curator's salary to even that up, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to go to those lengths because I believe in the museum. And I hope you do too. Be happy to answer any questions.
I did pose one. You talked about options.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see as options?
Well, the option would be to, again, you could say, oh, you only need to cut 20,000 and we'd do something different. But assuming that you're looking for a position, the consensus of the staff discussion initiated by staff was to lay off the curator. And if that's not sufficient funding, I will throw in a 10% MTO. I feel like I'm wheeling and dealing, but that's kind of where we are.
Okay. Any other questions? Board members? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. And Ms. Glassy, I do want to commend you. I probably have seen more activity, more inspiration come out of the museum than I have seen in the 25 years. I think that building's about 25 years old. Maybe it's 30.
38.
Is it 38? Oh, time flies when you're having fun. But I've seen a lot happen, and I do commend you for that, and I thank you very much. Okay. We are going to be calling for the noon recess. We will be taking this item up. Ms. Angelo?
Madam Chair, I just want to ask that if we're not going to continue with this item, and we are absolutely taking a noon break, that when we come back, I would like to give Mr. Roland Sanford the same opportunity to speak regarding the water agency, and I would also like Ms. Stacy Cryer to talk, because we're talking about a $2 million deficit in mental health. As the CEO, I've made it very clear that my recommendation for 1011 is that the agency either cover that $2 million, don't have the $2 million, up to and including closing the doors on mental health. So we're talking about the sheriff coming in saying he needs an additional $2 million, mental health possibly being $2 million over, and not wanting to reduce down anything. So we have a real problem. So I would like Mr. Sanford to have the opportunity to speak when we come back from lunch, and also Ms. Cryer. Thank you.
Okay, order of procedure, though, we do have a 1:30 timed item. Is that correct?
Yes, you're right. We have the external requests at 1:30. So either we break for lunch, we go through lunch, we spend some more time here, or we finish the layoff list after the external request. Whatever this board chooses to do, I just want to be certain that those department heads have an opportunity to speak as well.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan, it appears you have a suggestion.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We began, this was initially, you made the call for public expression on this item, so I think we should see if there's any other members of the public aside from the department heads who would like to address the layoff list.
Okay, I think I did a final call and department head did come up, but I can do it again.
Well,
is there any other public expression? Please come forward, state your name for the record. Know you have 3 minutes.
coming back anyway.
We're gonna do the time at 1:30 and then come back to the layoff.
Sorry, I just packed everything up. My name is Karen Ann. I had a few thoughts. I appreciated what the doctor said, that all the thinking here is about cutting and laying off, and there's no vision for how you're going to generate new income. And I would like to suggest that is a possibility. I'm not going to make suggestions now because I know everybody would just soon be at lunch like I would. But I want to make one suggestion. I really appreciate Ms. Glassey's presentation and all the work that she's done. And I was glad that she's incorporating the idea of the 501, with the county agency museum. I would like to suggest, at the possible worst decision you might make to keep that museum afloat, that you would fund it for at least one more year. She's offered to take cuts. And in that year, I think this woman obviously has the vision and the creativity and the ability to produce results. It may be that if you have to phase it out, it could go then completely into a 501, so that it is preserved, and that way it'd be easier perhaps to get grants. I think it would be a grave mistake to suddenly shut it down because it feels like such a state of emergency. So is there going to be time for more public comments later about some of these budget issues?
Yes, we will be having public expression throughout the items as we go through them.
Okay. I think then I'm going to, because I actually thought we were leaving out, my mind was out the door. Because the museum, though, was right on the table, and all the work that you've put into it, I feel like Supervisor Colfax, in the sense that, I mean, you've gone this far for this long, and now you are facing dire straits. I just think of it in terms of if you suddenly got a diagnosis of a terminal disease, you would have to kind of stop everything. And I think that's what's happened here, is like you have a terminal disease. You need to stop and regroup instead of just get rid of everything. And, start breathing again, call in more experts perhaps, reframe some of your thinking. I was thinking what another thing Justice Sotomayor said in her discussion the other day in regards to what the sheriff and Mr. Colfax were saying about it's such a hard time and it's all like this. She said you have to take those moments and see them as a challenge, as an opportunity to realize those moments are your greatest days, when you're at the bottom of the crunch. And she gave many examples in her own progression through her educational process and her career leading to being a Supreme Court justice. And I think that all of us that have been in those crunches know that after you look back, you're like, oh, who would have thought it then? But thank you. So thanks for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward. And then I have a question.
After lunch. After lunch.
It would be after lunch. Supervisors, we're worried about the public that was here and whether they would have the opportunity to come back. So that's why we further expressed ourselves. Mr. Sanford, will you be able to come back? Okay. We are going to recess for lunch. We will be having the 1:30 timed item when we come back. The discussion on this particular issue will follow. Thank you. To reconvene our budget hearing at 1:35, clerk. I do have an announcement. Earlier today, we discussed an item that was not on our agenda, and it was under reports. Supervisors and Supervisor Pinches spoke about the Willits bypass. We did invite Mr. Philip Dow from MCOG to come in and address the issue. We were rescheduled a 3 o'clock appointment with Congressman Thompson's field rep to also come in. She's on the coast. She was able to listen in to Mr. Dow's talk with us and said everything is very accurate. He was absolutely right on. She's not going to be able to make it at 3 o'clock like we had tentatively planned. However, she said that the process is not gone forever. Both Caltrans and Army Corps of Engineers will continue their meetings, and one is scheduled here very soon. So that's the latest update, and she didn't feel it was responsible of her to drive all the way from the coast to say that at 3 o'clock, given she had later afternoon meetings back on the coast. So that's the announcement. We're going to go to the 1:30 item, and that item is number 11, under tab 11 on our budget book, and it has to do with external funding. Ms. Angelo?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year during budget hearings is the time for community-based organizations to approach the board for what we call external funding requests. And this year, we have 2 requests. I believe these are the same as, or very similar to last year. One is the Arts Council, and I believe that is for $27,000. And the second request is for the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, and that is for $35,000. So at this point in time, I would ask a representative from the Arts Council first to approach the board.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors, staff, and public. The Arts Council of Mendocino County.
Your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Alyssa Muir,
Thank
Interim
you.
Director of the Arts Council. I submitted a card, but.
I see it here now.
Okay.
Thank you, Alyssa.
We appeared before you on the 17th of this month to highlight a number of our successful countywide programs and partnerships. From our online county arts events calendar, Mendo Arts email distribution list, Go Arts calendar, and sculpture gallery at the Botanical Gardens, to our Get Arts in the Schools program. Although we could effectively use $50,000 in our work, we ask you today for the modest sum of $30,000, less than 1/100th of 1% of your budget, and approximately half the compensation of a full-time employee. These funds will allow us to continue the important work we do for the county. The Arts Council is a highly efficient organization with a staff of 2 part-time employees, but without county funding, these positions may be cut. We are all in this together, and as such, the Arts Council stands with the museum in urging you to continue your support for Mendocino County artists, arts organizations, and cultural heritage. As we stand before you in the coming years, you will know that your support today is another solid link in the chain of efforts to fundamentally improve the quality of life here in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one moment. Anyone questions on the board? Thank you very much, Alyssa. Next, assuming we'll go to the Resource Conservation District.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Olay from the RCD. We've been here before. I think we're here every year. This year, in the last couple of years, the supervisors have allocated over and above the $35,000 that we've been in the budget for, and due to that, we have been able to take those funds and leverage them into greater grant projects, larger projects, which is what we do for this county. We bring in dollars for restoration. This year we have contracts in excess of $5 million, but of course they are all funded, all tied to the state budget, and we haven't seen a dime in 3 months. So what we're asking for this year is, the original 35 or anything that you can allocate to us in order that we can continue to develop projects, continue working on restoration in this county, continue employing heavy equipment operators, consultants, geologists, geomorphologists, hydrologists, all those people who work on our projects, and allow us to, restore some of our natural and working landscapes. Thank you.
Hey, any questions? I would like to thank you. You had called me and said you might not be able to be here today. And I thank you very much for sending me the list of projects. One that I didn't see on here, although it was referred to in your letter, has to do with the mitigation for Mill Creek.
The Mill Creek, okay, so that is tied to the Caltrans funding, and it is $340,000. That was, it is the county's mitigation obligation that we are taking on through that funding through Caltrans. So we're relieving the county of that debt. We're also pending, and I think you all received notification from the North Coast Integrated Regional Watershed Management Planning Group that the North Coast had applied for like 5-point-something million and approved for funding at 59%. It's not, we don't have contracts yet, but that 59% will allow us to work with DOT to install a bridge on Mill Creek in Forsyth. So these are funds that the RCD is providing directly back to the county in excess of $400,000.
And are you also handling the mitigation on the Mill Creek dams?
No.
No, okay.
No.
So it's just Mill Creek itself out Reeves Canyon.
Well, okay, the Mill Creek dams mitigation, that was the, I think it's DFG imposed mitigation fine upon the county, and that is, that fine money is being allocated to the removal of the Feliz Creek Dam. So that's where we're relieving the county's obligation.
So you are handling that?
Yes, the mitigation, up to $340,000. I don't know what your total obligation is or if that's all of it.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Supervisor Pinches?
When you get receive these grants, do you get a set administrative fee, like a 10%, or does it vary from grant to grant?
5%.
5%. That's static throughout all of your grant work?
Yes, and actually, for the most part, there's no grant that wants to allocate any administrative fees. So we build them in our time into the grants, what we're working on. But basically, they want to see no more than 5%.
Thank you.
Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Janet, you, just shifting topics now, but it's because you're standing there.
Okay.
You also wrote to us talking about the importance of the Mendocino County Water Agency. Could you comment a little bit on that, or talking about your shared partnership?
We work so closely with the water agency that they do monitoring for us. We I don't want to say we share resources, but working with Roland and his group is how we learned about the Feliz Creek Dam mitigation. I mean, we partner on projects. We try to, knowing the situation right now, we are funding Joe Scriven to work on 3 of our projects, and it's been a close partnership. So I would say we've worked closely. Well, we're working with them on the Noyo Big the watershed management plan, we have one contract with 2 projects under it that the RCD is managing. So we also were contracted to the county to work on that project, and the county's contracted to us to work on the other. So we're very, very intertwined.
So would you say that's an important partnership both for restoration efforts that are volunteer in this county and also the planning functions in terms of going forward and figuring out what best practices are with respect to the planning, how we do planning in the county? Would you say it's an important relationship?
The relationship between the RCD and the
Right.
water agency, yes. When it comes to what the water agency actually does for the county and what, Roland's role in the working with the general plan and that kind of thing, we are not involved in that.
But what if that partnership were not to be available? Do you see that would...
It would be a crushing blow.
Okay, so it would diminish your ability to function. It would not be
Yes.
value added, and
Yes.
you think that would not be a good direction to go in?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Supervisor McCowan, did you?
No.
Okay. I'm aware that if we do, what will be your ability to carry on if you do not receive this allocation?
It limits us in what we can do going forward. As I said, the extra funding that you allocated to us over the last couple of years, we have generated a tremendous amount of grants and projects, but our projects are on the ground and they're heavy construction projects, and none of us in the office do that. So it diminishes our capacity to go after future grants for implementation. So it has the ripple effect. It's once the state budget, if we don't get a state budget soon, the RCD will not have the funds to keep their doors open. We are now working on borrowed money. So.
And if you don't keep your doors open, is it indeed fact that we will lose the USDA companion offices of the Natural Resource and Conservation Service?
Yes, it is yes, where the NRCS cannot operate in a county or an area without an RCD present.
Okay, and would that also include the Farm Services Agency and?
No, Farm Services Agency, I
is a
believe,
different entity, but they're all housed in the same building.
Yes.
And there was one more.
Rural Development.
Okay, Rural Development.
They have moved to Santa Rosa. They closed their office here.
I see. Okay. And they're consolidating.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, if you haven't further questions, I'm going to go to the public. And first speaker, Jay Gordon, please come forward. Restate your name for the record and know you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jay Gordon. In about a 6-month period, I wrote over 100 articles promoting the arts and entertainment in Mendocino County for Examiner.com, which is a top 100 website. I've also written extensively for the Nickel and Dime, which is a Willits locally owned community newspaper. So one of my major resources in the articles that I write, and a major resource for many other people who promote tourism and the arts in Mendocino County, is the Arts Council of Mendocino County. They are tireless in supporting us, but I wouldn't presume to tell you how to vote. I'm a kind of an old-fashioned guy. I think you elect people to office and trust them to do their best. And in fact, a few months ago in one of my Examiner articles, I mentioned in passing, we don't have politicians in Mendocino County. We only have public servants. And you know, of the tens of thousands of people who read those articles, only one person challenged that. And she's from out of town, so I chose to ignore her. So what I would encourage you simply is to consider that money for the Arts Council is an investment, because the effort that they put through results in tangible numbers of visitors to Mendocino County. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Jay, I don't know if you realize that, but you probably give this board one of the highest compliments they could ever receive.
That was my intention, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Diane Pauley.
I'm Diane Pauley from Potter Valley, where the pear harvest is in full swing. I'm here as a member of the First Five Commission, but I'm really here to speak for the children who have no voice. The First Five Commission, as you know...
Miss Pauley, I'm going to interrupt you.
Oh, it's not time for us?
Right. This is on external funding. I'm sorry, I didn't see down below. Okay, and I do have 2 more speaker cards, but I do not believe either one of these are to the agenda item we're addressing right now. Okay, come forward, please. You're going to have to restate your name for the record. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Elizabeth. Restate your name.
I'm Elizabeth Raby. I'm an artist in this county. First, I'd like to personally invite all of you to come to see a mural opening, a mosaic mural at the, I know that you'll be there helping to greet and thank the children who've worked on it. This particular mural was not funded by a GASP grant, but I developed the skills for working with children. I'd worked with adults up until the GASP grant started through the Arts Council. And the skills I developed working through many schools in Covelo, Ukiah, Willits, and Redwood Valley helped me to then expand my skills as an artist to work with kids. This one was through AODP and the Mendocino County Youth Project. So you're invited to that. And so that's one thing that it does help the artists in this county, of which there are many, expand our skills so that we can better serve the children and the public in general. And now speaking a little bit more to what it does for the children, I think that the more arts education that children have, the better their skills are at making decisions for which they have to look within rather than memory or rote learning. And so the skills that they develop in looking within and trusting themselves to make the decisions while making artwork can really not only develop other artists, but also work in helping them in other areas of their life to trust themselves and to look within, and also working with group projects to kind of trust working with other people. So I think the more arts education there is in this county, the better it is, and the Arts Council has been fabulous at that. And I, unlike Jay, will urge you to vote to continue to support the Arts Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, anyone else that hasn't turned in a speaker's form that would like to address this agenda item, please come forward. Seeing no one, we're going to bring it back to the board. Board members? I do have one comment. County Council, I sit on the Board of Directors for Art Center Ukiah, and I believe we have received for a couple of our activities funds and support from the Art Council, at least support. I'm not sure of funds. I'm trying to think back. And if that is so, I will have to, I believe, recuse myself from, I will not be able to vote on that particular
Well, you
item.
don't receive a direct financial benefit
No, I do
from
not,
it.
no.
So technically, you're okay, but
Okay.
if you don't feel comfortable and you feel that it's appropriate to step back, then you can do that as well.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan, and then we'll go to Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've dealt with a number of items we haven't voted as of yet. For instance, the line item exercise we went through, we haven't voted on that. I think typically we don't make the decisions on the external requests until the end of the process, when the auditor tells us this is how much money you have or don't have. So I think it's premature to make a decision on these requests right now.
Okay. Do you mind if I just stop for one moment? Elisa, restate your name for the record and very
Alyssa
quickly.
Weir. Just wanted to say that the Arts Council has served as fiscal receiver for Arts Center Ukiah, but hasn't directly given you funds. So it would be appropriate for you to vote, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Pinches.
I believe the funding request that they received last year was, what, 27,000? The Arts Council?
I believe
Was
so,
that
and yes,
correct?
it was my error, Supervisor Pinches. They are requesting 30,000, and when I opened, I said it was 27,000
Yeah, that was
this
what
year.
they was actually received last year. I said in previous meetings that I wholly support the Arts Council, and I'm going to throw out a number because if we were, in previous budget years, if we were talking about a budget allocation of dollars we had to spend, but we're already in the deficit, we're already in the minus side, so I guess what we're talking, we're not even planning on, we're going to do it with internal borrowing, whatever our deficit is anyway. So I'm going to throw out a number. I really believe that because bargaining groups, most of the members of this board, everybody's pretty much honed in on a 10% less. So I would recommend the 27,000 less 10% would be, I think that should be the number that we should, around $24,000 that we should plug in for the Arts Council. And I realize it's tough for them to operate on less money, but everybody's operating on less money, but it's a lot better than denying the request. So I would like to plug in a number of 24,000 for the Arts Council.
Is that a motion, Supervisor?
I guess if that's where we're at in the process, certainly.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been seconded by Supervisor Colfax. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, as I stated a minute ago, I think that it's premature to make a motion, and I think that if we believe we have no money, it's also fiscally irresponsible to consider awarding any money for the external requests. How can you do that when you don't have the money and you say you don't have the money? So it'd make more sense to go through these entire hearings, make whatever decisions we make, have the auditor and the chief executive tell us what they think we have on the table, if anything, and then make these decisions. I think it's also premature to accept at face value the statements of the sheriff, because it hasn't been confirmed to me that his statements have been ratified by the auditor, that his statements factored in all of the salary savings from the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the Mendocino County Law Enforcement Management Association, the grants that he's received, the anticipated retirements that we know that he has. So I think there's a lot of discussion yet to be had before we start making decisions on what money, if any, we have to hand out to people.
And so you're suggesting that we wait till the very last, continue going through the process, and then wait until the end in order to, in order to decide if there is funding or not funding to move forward on external requests.
Correct.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I concur. I think it's premature to be making decisions on this, and it further fragments the process. I'd like to remind everyone that's here, particularly the people that maybe weren't here before lunch, in that we had a discussion on specifics on line items and then layoffs that we didn't conclude. But we have this as a timed item for 1:30, so I think the chair, and rightly so, is stuck to our published agenda, giving this item the opportunity to go forward in a timely fashion. But we have to renew and conclude the decision we had just prior to lunch, and I think after this item we will get to it. But I had a number of comments and made none this morning regarding this process, and this just further, I think, to continue to focus on the sort of micro aspects of this without really dealing with some of the more larger issues that maybe drive to a large degree these smaller requests. I mean, it's a very poor process. It's it's just lacking in any kind of substantive. it's embarrassing, really, to sit here in a county of this size and kind of be talking about some of the things that we're talking about, where we have these large issues that people just don't want to grapple with. And so we continue to go to the small ones because they just appear in sort of an incremental fashion a lot easier. And I support these requests. I think these are really vital services that we need to be supporting. So it isn't a question of my support for both of these that are before us. I think these are both quality community organizations that leverage the money for further money, which is all of what we, I think, need to be talking about and need to talk about more. But I do think it is premature to try to go down this path right now when we haven't concluded our other budget discussions. And it's not to set this aside or to diminish its value. It's just procedurally, I think, off point. And the board truly has avoided some very, very difficult decisions. So I agree with Supervisor McCowan. I don't think we ought to be going down this path right now.
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, today's the 31st of August, and we've been talking about this budget process for at least the 12 months, the 10-11, right after we got through with the 9-10 budget. So to say that we want to put it off till the final or something, I think this is a final. And we're going to have to start making some final decisions, and that's what prompted my motion. So I don't know what's the difference from now and giving these people an answer right now or waiting for 2 hours or tomorrow morning. I don't think, the issue's here. It's a priority. If it's not, vote against the motion. Simple as that. But at some point in time, we've only got 2 outside funding requests. If we have to keep stalling them 2 outside funding requests off, can't we deal with them?
Thank you, Supervisor Pinches. I do agree with Supervisor Smith that we should wait until after we've concluded the preceding item. I did call it, we started with the 1:30 timed item because that was how the order occurred. I'm not saying I'm going to vote against the motion that's on the floor, because it sounds like you want to go forward with it, but I do agree with Supervisor Smith. I think we need to look at it at the end of the day or tomorrow morning. We need to conclude the discussions on the layoff list before we go further with any of these requests. So I don't know if any other supervisor wants to speak. Supervisor Colfax. If not, my vote is going to be against the motion because I want to conclude the other discussions that we had before lunch, before making up my mind.
Well, I can count, so I'll withdraw the motion then.
Okay.
And hope I'll get your vote in an hour.
And second, of course. So we're going to move forward, and I hope everyone has patience and they understand what we're doing. And it would be probably very good that everyone here on this particular item stay for the continued discussion on the layoff notices, so you know what we're wrangling with. Okay? So we are back to the layoffs. And I'm sorry, Ms. Angelo, you had your
Madam Chair, no, my only comment was that we had scheduled this for 1:30 time certain as a courtesy to those people in the community so that they knew exactly when to come in and when they would be heard. Though I concur with what the process was last year. At this point, though, we can move forward with the continuation or continued discussion on the layoff list if you'd like.
I would very much like
Great.
to do that.
Okay, and I think we left it we had a discussion about the museum, and we were inviting the other department heads to come up and speak. And I'm not certain if there was any additional public comment before you wanted to do that, or if we were just going to go forward with the other department heads.
Okay. We do need to take public comment because these are very sketchy as to what they really want to address. But we are back to the layoff list at this point, and I will and that is under tab 12 of our budget book. Are there any department heads that would like to come forward to address this? There's two. Please come forward, both of you. Ladies before gentlemen.
Hello, my name is Stacy Cryer, and I'm the director of the Health and Human Services Agency for the county. I have just a couple of comments to make about the layoff list. The agency, Health and Human Services, has had positions on each phase of the layoff plan. We have less than 15 general funded positions, and general fund is only approximately 5% of our total $108 million budget. AOD has 1.5 positions on the list before you, and yes, they will be funded through other mechanisms. However, the SA2 position will move to another program, which will cause an additional burden on the few remaining counselors left within the AOD program. With the general fund allocation now completely gone from AOD, my concern is for next year, and I continue to pursue opportunities for other ways to deliver services, such as pursuing pilot projects with community partners. The position in public guardian provides a mandated function and actually brings in revenues. I believe it may have an offsetting decrease in revenue of $17,000 in county council, as well as a loss of revenue to the agency. Having said that, I'm not here to advocate for these positions. I'm fully aware of the fiscal crisis that this county suffers, and although it is not optimum to cut positions within the social services programs, like public guardian, due to the decrease in revenues years later, I do understand that we can't afford the positions and services the county currently has. What is perplexing to me, however, is the discussions yesterday that we had around mental health in light of the conversations we had before lunch today. I do not mean any disrespect to my colleagues, Sheriff Allman or Ms. Glassy, and I do not discredit their statements or viability of their services. I additionally mean no disrespect to this board or the county executive officer. However, I stood before you yesterday and told you it was my belief that mental health would be in deficit for fiscal year 10-11. The CEO's response to that, rightfully so, was that there was no money to cover this deficit. And as I stated, the agency will not be able to cover it either. Mental health is a mandated service in the county, yet we are going to the state and discussing options, including closing the doors. As I stated yesterday, it is my belief that closing the doors will not remove the deficit. I will be coming back to this board as directed within 30 to 60 days to present options and consequences of the decisions we need to make. What is perplexing to me, and again, please know I do not mean any disrespect, is how we could so easily choose to close a county service that's mandated, such as mental health, and yet at the same time be having discussions about whether or not to close the museum or not, or telling the sheriff to come back and just let us know what his deficit might be at the end of the year. It is difficult to understand this, knowing that those services are not mandated, yet mental health is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cryer. Any questions? I see none. Thank you. Mr. Sanford, please restate your name for the record.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Roland Sanford. I'm the General Manager of the Mendocino County Water Agency. And I'll be brief, and let me just say that I certainly understand the financial situation that the county is in, and I'm also in concurrence with the fact that I think the interests of the greater good, the county in this case, should certainly take precedence over individuals. That said, let me just add that it has been demonstrated that those regions that aren't vigilant or protective of their water resources ultimately pay the price. And so for that reason, I would urge the county to continue to maintain a water agency in some form, even if it's a semi-dormant state. And to that end, as Carmel noted, the water agency, we do have existing grant and pay for fee service commitments coupled with our dedicated tax revenue that is sufficient to maintain 2 individuals for at least this current fiscal year. In my mind, the best option, particularly as I look at the future, would be to park these positions and the remnants of the water agency in the planning department, simply because there is and it continues to be a growing connection between water supply planning and land use planning. And I think SB 610 and the UVAP water supply assessment are good examples of that. And let me just add that I would be certainly happy to work with the board, the executive office, and with Nash to facilitate this move. And let me just say finally in closing that I want to acknowledge a little secret here, and that is that we have, as we go through this dismantling process, we have an extremely competent administrative assistant, certainly the best that I have seen in my 25 years in the water profession. And I think it would be an incredible shame for this individual to leave county employment. And I'll just say for the other departments that are listening in there, seize the opportunity, because there's a real gem here that will become available. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions? Seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford.
I do have one.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
So the change you're contemplating essentially would be, and it's not what you recommend, but you're looking at economic reality, and essentially you're recommending eliminating your position and transferring the hydrologist and the water specialist to planning and building.
I see that as the best available option for the county. It may not be the best option for me, but for the county, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Smith.
Mr. Sanford, a couple questions, comments. I guess I would say sort of to you, maybe not so fast. In terms of, my understanding is the elimination of all of these positions only gains the county a $75,000 plus. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
$75,000 of general fund money is being put into the water agency. Now, a number of positions are being leveraged with respect to grants. We know that because of the delay with the PACE program, that that grant funding stream is uncertain at this point. But what had been planned for was over $400,000 coming into Mendocino County to deal with energy retrofits, and that funding stream was going to go, and I think rightfully so, through your department. So, I mean, there are a number of things that are up in the air, and what I would prefer to see is actually to spend in this fiscal year the $75,000 to create a more comprehensive and integrated transition plan instead of this, again, crisis management. Let's just figure out that we'll keep a couple of these people and dump them into planning, and that seems to make sense, and it's all happening very quickly, and I think it could happen in a better fashion. And you know, this is back to, I think all board members didn't have a chance to comment with respect to the general overall tone and kind of what has brought us here. Certainly Supervisor Colfax did and posed a question for board members, and we have yet had that opportunity to respond to his question, which I think was a good one. So I'm just not seeing that it's value added for the county, really, to just sort of overnight dismiss you and move into this model without the forethought. In other words, I would rather see using your resources to execute that, if that's the direction that it should go in a better fashion. And it again gets into a question that's been raised here before. Layoffs cost the county money. They're not free. So I just would, you know, could we get a fiscal analysis of how much it's going to cost to lay you off against the $75,000 that we would spend to keep the department functioning as a core piece before it can be, I think, thoughtfully and more professionally sort of analyzed and sent into perhaps another department. So I'm just not seeing that this is the way to go. Again, $75,000 out of the general fund is a very small amount of money for the county to place in terms of its commitment onto something, as you had stated, as important as water. So this gets into the bigger discussion we'll have, I'm sure, before 5 or 6 o'clock tonight, in really what are we doing here? So I'm not, you haven't convinced me, and I'm not convinced that this is the best approach to be using. You know, the only thing that I think is valid is this manager to staff ratio, which I think is a valid point. And I think in a transition plan whereby you would be helping to execute that transition plan, we would absolutely get there. So we would be addressing the staff ratio of management to line staff. So we would be looking at that. But I think we would do it in a more conscientious fashion. And I just am not willing to go there for $75,000. I think it's a poor orchestration, and it really speaks about desperation. Thank you.
And I'm not sure, to be honest with you, how to respond to that.
You don't have to. So, but I would. Thank you very much. Ms. Angelo, the dollar amount.
We had taken out, we left $75,000 in, which was to cover the first quarter, and the intent was that the water agency would secure grants that would make up the difference. So without the grants, it's more than $75,000 of general fund that we'd have to put in. So I think at this point, that's probably all that I would want to comment on with this right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you. Now we're going, Supervisor McCowan,
Well,
I didn't see your pen.
the closeout shows a net county cost of $282,000, and then we're told that approximately 120 would be the amount that would be dedicated to the water agency. Yeah. So that'd be about 160.
160,000?
Right, net county cost.
And I believe the general fund, I think, was primarily the salary and benefits, really, for the one position. So that's the $75,000 was just the first quarter. And when the board approved Phase 2, and we talked about this, it was the intent that we would see what happened with the first quarter, which is now the end of the first quarter, and come back to this board with potential layoffs. So that's what we've done. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to go to public expression on this item. Ms. Diane Pauley. Okay.
Well, actually, we took public expression on this item before lunch.
Yeah. Well,
we just had the two department heads to come back.
Okay, so where do we want to take, this is general fund dollars.
It's all intertwined, so just.
Budget overall and HHSA, so, HHSA does have some layoffs.
Why don't we take it all right now?
Yeah.
You want to take it all right now
Yeah.
for the cards?
All the budget issues are intertwined, so.
Ms. Angelo?
Madam Chair, if I may just make a few final comments about the layoff list. I think there have been a lot of comments here today made by supervisors and by the public. I think that the comment about desperate measures, and I would have to agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. I think that some of the comments around the budget and really some of the shocking information that we've learned over the past couple days, the fact that realistically we need anywhere between 2 and 4 million more than what we have stated, and also that we're glaring at additional costs between not only in 10-11 but 11-12, the cost of staff, and looking at the general fund positions. If we really are certain that we need to reduce the cost of our labor or the workforce, where do we go with general funded positions? And I think that the issue around what this board's priorities are as far as moving forward. This has been extremely challenging and very difficult for those departments that have been involved and the staff that have been on this layoff list and that are sitting here today and those that are listening. I think without a doubt, we know that 54% of the general fund goes to public safety, and I think that at some point we really do have to talk about all of the general funded programs if we're really going to try to mitigate this deficit and move forward. So I think that the greater discussion is really where does our general fund go, and really what is the direction of this board. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take public expression now, And Miss Polly, if you'd like to come up, the board is believing this is all intertwined. And you're representing or for First Five Commission?
I'm Diane Polly, still from Potter Valley. Thank you for hearing
And they're
me
still
out.
picking pears.
I'm here to speak for the little ones who have no voice. And I want to tell you a little background. At my age, when time is in earnest, it's easier to sift down the priorities. And one of the things I have come to believe strongly is that the hardest thing you will ever do is raise your children. It's also the most important thing you will ever do. At best, you guys know raising children is a hard, long slog. Now, when parental drug use results in abuse and neglect, we, that's all of us in the community, are allowing those children to be endangered, both physically and mentally. My mom used to use the expression safe and sound, and I think that's what we want for the kids of our county. Now, scientists are busy corroborating a lot of things that we already know, and some of us grandmas have long surmised what they're corroborating. One of them is, children thrive in a stable, nurturing environment, and we are the village that those children are being raised in. I urge you to support the use of some of the public safety dollars for drug prevention and treatment. Hopefully, they will be leveraged, and God willing, they will help get parents off the wait list for treatment. They will lessen the need for foster care. They will lessen the number of young people exposed to drugs, both indirectly, that is to their parents, and directly. And hopefully also they will increase our high school graduation rates. While I'm at it, I want to put a plug in for foster parents. I'm acquainted with the several foster parent families, and I am convinced, and I'm a Sunday school teacher, I'll have you know, I have it on higher authority that there's a special place in heaven for foster parents and junior high school teachers.
Amen.
I urge you to consider some of the public safety money for drug prevention. I think it will pay for itself, but I also think it's the right thing to do, and especially for the little ones. So thank you very much, and bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Polly. Joe, and I'm not sure if it's Mortz or Montz. Mortz, okay. Supervisor McCowan just corrected me, but you still have to state your name for the record.
You got it right the first time.
Oh, okay.
I'm Joe Moritz. I'm here in Ukiah, and I moved here a few years ago, and I'm victim of the economy, so to speak, and I decided I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to get my youngest through high school, and this is our new home, and he's doing well in high school, and I'm glad for it in this difficult environment. And I feel very fortunate to be able to live here. I feel fortunate that I have been able to sit on one of your commissions and become involved in my community and get to know it better. I think that some of the problems in your budget, you know, you spending local money for local services, you know, it's law enforcement, it's the fundamentals, and you're trying to be prudent and you're trying to cut. But, you know, I look at your mental health budget and I look at your external quality improvement report, which is the state's evaluation of how things are going, and it's like you're throwing money away in large sums. Now, if that was just for 1 year, that could be correct, but it's been for years. We live in an environment where sobriety isn't highly respected and the jails are full of people. The jail is full, and most of those people have a substance abuse background. That's a waste of money besides human life. I would like us to start looking at prevention of the expensive public safety dollars and improvement of the quality of life here and health collaboration. Definitely have a very strong opinion that mental health is an important mandated service that we are wasting money on, services outside of this county, and not providing them in a manner that it's a moneymaker in most counties. Mental health is a Medi-Cal, could be a Medicare moneymaker, but we don't manage ourselves that way. And when you're talking about abolishing prevention services, you might look at saving dollars.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker, Jim Morrill. M-A-R-I-L-L. Merrill. Sorry, Jim.
Well, thank you. My name is Jim Merrill. I'm here today representing Willits Community Services. I did send the board a letter. I have some more information that I would like to present to the board regarding possible fund dollars that you're considering. If I may read a statement that would include that, I appreciate that. So, dear Board of Supervisors, is the way I begin this letter. It is my understanding that you may be considering cutting or rescinding some of the general fund dollars currently allocated to our homeless resource centers, shelters, food banks, and soup kitchens. This would begin to unravel our already precarious safety net of human services that help protect and provide for our most vulnerable populations, the hungry and homeless. Most of the operations that would be affected by these possible cuts are already having a difficult time providing basic human services in this economy. At Willits Community Services and Food Bank, we served over 11,700 people in over 5,500 households in the food bank program alone in 2009. We also provided over 1,100 essential emergency shelter bed nights to 130 households and over 200 people in that same year. Although food and shelter are our major programs, we also provide several other additional temporary assistance programs for people in need. Approximately 18% of our current budget comes from county dollars. A 10% reduction in the dollars we receive now would translate into approximately 5 hours a week reduction in staff and open hours time. That would be a significant loss of service availability since we are now only open 4 days a week and approximately 20 hours a week. So the reduction would be, in that regard, about 25%. There are people who now come to our doors when we are closed. With any reduction, there would be more unserved, homeless, hungry, and otherwise in need people. We might be closed, but their need is still there. Over time, when people cannot get their basic needs met through legitimate means, they tend to turn to other methods. The idea of the safety net not only keeps people in need safe, but it also helps protect our community at large. Any reduction of program dollars from the county would seriously impact our ability to stay open, keep sufficient staffing levels, and provide adequate emergency human services to the community we serve. Again, this would also adversely affect local law enforcement. I understand that as a responsible Board of Supervisors, you may need to make some difficult decisions, but I would hope that the unraveling of our hard-won safety net would be the very last resort in any effort to ameliorate a financial situation that also has placed many people in the position of needing help from the very safety net that now seems to be threatened. And I hope that your consideration of this with due thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ann Mulgard. Ann?
Thank you, Ann Mulgard with First 5 Mendocino, and thank you for the extensive amount of public comment that you've allowed on the budget. I know that it just makes your nights even longer, so we do appreciate it. Regarding Dr. Colfax's point about reducing costs and looking at more structural issues, I don't know how the public can help with that, but we are willing to help. I will certainly vote for the sales tax, albeit a small help. But if there is things we can do with our assembly members, with our state senators, to look more carefully at counties' influence on state government, there are those of us out here who are willing to help. Regarding this year's budget and budget priorities, I want to reiterate what Ms. Pauley said, that we value our children. We value our children today and what they're turning into to become tomorrow, hopefully before Sheriff Allman has to deal with them. We pay for what we value. And so I urge you to prioritize in getting parents off drugs and back to raising their children. Number one reason for child abuse and neglect is drugs. So why are we arresting parents, providing no source of treatment, taking away their children at an additional cost, and then 6 months down the line rearresting them? This is just not smart decision making. One way to prioritize them is to move some public safety or asset forfeiture or whatever kind of dollars would work to help get them off the streets, get them cleaned up, and get them back to parenting their own children. In terms of saving money, I certainly agree that contracting out services, if the rate is better somewhere else, is the best thing to do. So if it's smarter to use general fund dollars for mental health through the clinic system, through the hospital system, through organizational providers such as Tapestry, then that's what we should be doing. We have to do it carefully enough so that we can monitor those contracts and assure that our citizens are getting the right kinds of services. But there are plenty of expertise within HHSA to do that. And so that is something that is going to happen over the next year. And we appreciate it. A couple, I don't know if they're sacred cows or what, but some things that I want to look at with all due respect, as Stacy was saying, is I don't understand, when I look at the budget, I don't understand why some employees have built-in overtime. So why some employees are automatically getting time and a half, and is there a way to restructure those contracts so that they're working 410s or something so that that doesn't happen? Desperate times call for looking at everything, and it calls for looking at union agreements that we have right now that probably need to be examined more in the light of day. Thank you.
Thank you. And the board had a workshop a couple weeks ago, and they are starting a process to further engage the public. We have volunteer facilitators, community people that want to help us through the process of this restructuring. Then it would, all that information would be brought forth for a January 2011 workshop and priority session, long-range planning by this board. So I appreciate your comment and hearing your support of that process. I'm not sure if you were aware of it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Smith, did you have a question of Ms.
So does
Mulgard?
Supervisor McCowan.
Okay.
Of Ms. Mulgard.
You're back on. Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mulgard, I believe it was yesterday you referenced the specifics about foster care, and I want to thank Ms. Pauley for being here today and taking her time. She's very dedicated to this issue, and so I really appreciate you being here. But you mentioned the waiting lists that exists for, I believe it is counseling, and you talked about the numbers being higher than ever before. Can you give us any more specifics on that? And I want to alert Ms. Cryer and perhaps Ms. Zara that before the day is done, I think it would be good that they be here and be able to provide some information, because I think we very much need to talk about what you're suggesting, Ms. Mulgard, about the leveraging of these dollars. So would you comment on that, please?
Sure. What currently the grant that was a joint grant gone after by the courts, HHSA, County Council, and it was great, and it's called Family Dependency Drug Court, and it takes a parent of a minor child and gets them the counseling that we wish all parents could get. They have a much better success rate than the average, and they get people back with their kids quicker, and they have a great return on investment. So there's about an hour-long presentation that John Pasalacqua and others can give you on that. The problem is not everybody can fit into family dependency drug court because there simply isn't enough room for everybody. So what we have is we have parents who can't get drug treatment, even though most of the cost is covered by Medi-Cal, because we simply don't have the counselors available, especially in anywhere other than Ukiah. So even even who I would prioritize for drug treatment, which would be a parent of a minor child, because it's like you're paying twice for those families. You're paying for the original parent to be either jailed or rehabbed, and then you're also paying to take care of the kids. So currently, there are over 100. I know that there's over 100 on the wait list, and Susan Era would have that information more specifically than I would.
But I think your point is there are dollars there to be leveraged.
Indeed, there are.
And we are not doing it.
With a lot of different places. The question is, is it a one-to-one leverage or not? And they know that better than I do, but I'm saying even if it is a one-to-one leverage versus a one-to-two somewhere else, at some point we have to simply say, parents of minor children, we're going to invest more in them because it's going to pay us off in the long run.
And I think we really should be looking at how many are on the waiting list, how many dollars need to be leveraged, so we have little or no waiting list. I mean, this is a critical issue for our community. And to the degree that we are not doing that with our limited dollars is, I think, a huge mistake. In other words, if you were doing this from a business model and a corporate model, you would be considered not being very business savvy.
Well, and at First Five, we know that every dollar we have, we're trying to double it before we give it away.
Absolutely.
So either we give it to a grantee who can double it, or we try to double it with the state before we give it away, that same theory. So whenever we can, of course, on your general fund sheet here, and I'm sure the CEO's office has been doing that the whole time too, where can we leverage?
So I think we need more information on that, and I really don't want those dollars to escape. If the state and the federal government has money to give out, and we have to make a commitment to get that money, we need to be paying attention to that, and we need to be doing it.
And the great thing is, from Family Dependency Drug Court, we know it works, because they actually were given the funding to analyze the data. It's not like some grants where you just get barely enough to do anything and you can't even really analyze your results. So they're quite confident of their results and that it is working to get parents and kids off of Child Protective Services, out of foster care more quickly and more successfully.
So please stick around if you're able for the afternoon in case there are more questions. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounded as though you had a list of specific items that you thought the board should be looking at. You mentioned the overtime, which I think there's actually an answer for why that situation is the way it is. But did you have a short list of other specific items that you could name?
No, the only things that I am not aware of, and again, as you said, this might just be my lack of understanding, is why the overtime,
right, I got
and,
that
and
point.
why and how asset forfeiture funding is spent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sharon Hildebrand. Please restate your name for the record. And know you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Hildebrand. I'm here on behalf of the Policy Council on Children and Youth. I am one of your board-appointed commissioners on that. I am also a regional coordinator for 4 counties for child abuse prevention, working directly with the state. I'm here to echo Ann's urging to designate dollars, and again, no disrespect to Sheriff Allman, but from the public service side of the general fund, such that we can leverage those dollars and double them and utilize them to make children a priority in our communities. But I also, something different, want to suggest another opportunity that other counties are doing to set aside funding, although it may be small when we're talking about millions of dollars in deficits, as many counties nowadays are looking at their marriage, death, and birth certificates, and they are adding funding increments onto them. My suggestion would be a $5 increment, and then targeting that increment to children and family services in each county. That is a common thing that is happening. It is a fee increase. It is not something that has to go to the voters. Okay, and the reason that I am suggesting it is, of course, the state at one point may suggest to raise those birth certificate and or other fees such that they can take it. But if we do it first, then that money can be targeted for Health and Human Services and for needed funding for our families and children to prevent child abuse before it happens. One of the biggest opportunities we have through the AOD opportunity of doubling that $200,000, and I realize it is just a figure and we're using it as an opportunity, is there is a lot of federal fund out there matching for children that enter into foster care. It's being encouraged to voluntarily have families be supported at the local level and through your community-based organizations. And sometimes I think that we are not good at informing our governments in each county just how much your community-based organizations are trying to take on to fill these holes. You have family resource networks in the county that are not all general funded by the county. Many of them are nonprofits. I also am a director of a nonprofit. And one of the things we try to do is work and build other opportunities. I'm also a 4-H leader. Many, many volunteer opportunities have been economized on nowadays to support these family and these children that are in need of it. I'm also working with Mentoring Mendocino, which is an opportunity to support in other ways. So thank you very much for this opportunity and looking for the doubling of some of these funds before we cut them forever.
Thank you very much. Okay, and any questions? All righty, it comes back to the board. So we need to get into final deliberations on this budget. We need to discuss the layoffs as being proposed. We also need to discuss the external funding, supervisors, and at the end of, at the conclusion of the budget hearing, there's also going to be discussion on how the budget book could be more user-friendly. So those are the items I have left here. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a number of miscellaneous line item issues that I wanted to bring up. Other supervisors may have some as well. Is this the appropriate time to raise those?
That's going back to this morning's conversation.
Pardon?
That's going back to this morning's conversation as we went through, or is this?
Not really. It's,
okay.
It's more going back to my line item.
Okay. Certainly, go forward.
Okay, page B3, we mentioned 3 wildlife trappers, and my understanding was we're actually funding 2 at this point.
Yes.
So that's a correction that needs to be made.
Excuse me, Supervisor, what page again?
B3.
B3.
And then on B16, and also on the net county cost from tab 5, for child support services, it shows a net county cost of $145,424, if I'm looking at it correctly. And I had always thought that the child support services did not require a net county cost. So what has changed?
Meredith Ford, Auditor Controller. The child support services net county cost is their A87 costs, and for a couple of years in a row there, they actually had negative net county cost, or negative A87 costs due to the structure of the cost plan itself, in that there is an adjustment called a roll forward that adjusts the prior 2 years ago A87 cost to actual, and then if they were over what was actually calculated, then you make an adjustment in the current year. In the 2 years running, there were changes in the methodology for the calculation of the cost plan, and that made their A87 costs negative, which meant that, in effect, they had contributed too much in the previous 2 years to the county for their A87 costs, so they get it back.
Okay, so this is just balancing out the money that in effect they gave to the county the previous 2 years?
Yes.
And then next year it's projected to be zero again?
It's at negative $62,536 in 2010-11.
Right. And so, because that department is expected to operate with no net county cost.
It actually contributes back to the county, yes.
Right. Well, then why was it not okay for them to contribute back the last 2 years and we have to refund it?
Because that's the structure of the A87 cost plan. It's always 2 years in arrears, and it's a document that is approved by the state controller for use in the coming year kind of thing. It's always, like I say, 2 years in arrears, so there's always going to be an adjustment to actual, and in this case, the adjustment was more than what the previous year's costs had been.
Is that money we may then get back in the future when they do another adjustment?
That pretty much cleared up the previous couple of years, so from here on out, it should be the same methodology throughout, and it should remain at a constant negative net county cost in the future.
Okay, thank you. B41, Animal Care and Control. We've transferred the control function to the sheriff, so shouldn't we consider renaming this the Animal Control, or rather the Animal Care budget? And then also for revenue, account 6242, Domestic Animal Control Services with the cities of Ukiah and Willits. And I know up until recently, or maybe we still do have a contract for control with Fort Bragg, which might be getting phased out. I wasn't aware that we had an animal control contract with Ukiah, although there's a shared arrangement on the shelter. So is there anyone here who can speak to that?
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director. As far as renaming, we have actually renamed the division the Animal Care Services Division, so it probably does need to be reflected that way in the budget book, and I'm not sure what mechanism I use, but we can get that changed. As far as the contracts, we still currently have animal care services for sheltering and licensing services with Ukiah, Willits, and Fort Bragg.
Okay. Then so Fort Bragg should still be reflected in here as well? Or?
Currently, what we've done as we did close the Fort Bragg shelter, we have a month-to-month contract with the city of Fort Bragg as they explore other options and alternatives. So right now, we currently have a month-to-month contract that can go all year until they're ready to decide what their next step is.
And as part of that, of course, it may entail reopening the county shelter or having some shared arrangement with Health and Humans, with the Humane Society. So at that point, is that going to reflect the revenue that we have in here, since some of the licensing revenue may go back to support the coast shelter?
We are currently engaged in conversations with the community of Fort Bragg, with people from the city council, from the city manager, some community partners, to talk about different regional approaches to sheltering services. So we will continue to engage in those conversations. I would guess that based on whatever the outcome is from those conversations, we may end up with some budget adjustments, but at this point, we've budgeted with what we know today.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. On B52, planning and building, in the narrative, the last paragraph, it says, as of April 2009, the EIR consultant has been paid $334,000. As of April 2010, the county has received $59,000 from the applicant. So I'm wondering if there's some information got left out, or because I kind of doubt that we're paying the consultant without receiving the money from the applicant.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, Planning Building Services Director. Money has been held in trust, so there's additional monies that are coming in. into this account, and our payroll clerk is here and he can answer any specific questions.
Well,
but
that's how it's supposed to work, but maybe if you just look at
The
there may have been
narrative.
there may have been a grammatical or clerical oversight on that, but it
okay,
should
so
read where.
that's a correction that needs to be
Yes.
made for clarity.
One thing I'd like to add to that on the contracts, the county makes 15% takes in 15% above that. The county takes 15% for an
Correct, but
administrative
based
fee.
on the narrative, it sounds like we're paying it out before we get it in.
But I think there's a lot of narrative changes that need to be in this document.
Well, we could eliminate a lot of the narrative for one thing. Thank you for the clarification. B57, juvenile hall salaries, and the 08-09 actuals were 1.2 million. And I use the 08-09 because you really can't go by the 09-10 because it's only as of 5/31. But the projection or the recommendation for 10-11 is 1.3 million. So I'm just wondering, when we're decreasing positions, we're cutting salaries, but we're increasing the salary 100,000 for juvenile hall. And is there an explanation for that?
As part of the CEO adjustments, during the recommended budget hearings, there was 100,000 that was added back to the juvenile hall budget, and there was an additional 250,000, I believe, if not just 200,000, that was added back to probation as well.
And so I guess I would ask why.
I believe it was discussed at the time. Perhaps Ms. Angelo has the institutional knowledge.
At that time when we were working with probation, there was some changes in their positions, and they had given up some positions for layoffs. And as part of the changes in their positions, there was an increase in cost of their salary and benefits. So I could get that information for you. That was when the prior probation officer was here. So I could get that information for you and get back to you. But it was at a time when they were giving up positions, defunding positions, and essentially changing out positions so that they could reduce the number of positions. And there was an increase in that dollar amount. They had originally, they were going to lay off 2 or 3 staff, and then they only laid off 1 or 1.5, and so we put the money back in their budget. So I can get that information for you, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. On D67, Health and Human Services Agency, the 08-09 salary actuals 3.8 million, 10-11 recommended 4.9. So I'm just wondering again why the salaries would go up so dramatically, and is there anyone who can explain that?
I believe that's something that could be addressed by mental health personnel, since that was submitted at a 0 net county cost. I don't believe the CEO made any adjustments in the recommended.
Okay.
Supervisor
Comment on
Pinches?
that. I brought
Sure.
up this issue yesterday.
Yes.
And I was told that that's basically wrong, it's gonna be changed.
Changing.
Okay,
This is
thank
old
you.
information.
Yeah.
And then I likewise...
We're right there, Stacy? That's right, correct?
Likewise, I wonder on the revenue line on D72 for mental health, we're showing a significant increase. That hasn't been our history. I guess I'll just leave the comment, but I wonder how realistic the projection is.
That's the Mental Health Services Act money, which is different from your normal Medi-Cal funding.
Well, right, but my understanding is Mental Health Services Act funding is on a trajectory down, that it's been decreasing. So I'm not sure how we show an increase.
That's a question for the department.
Okay. Stacy, just stay up here, please. Sit right next to Mr. Sanford.
And you probably don't have that in front of you, so.
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director, and I apologize, I did not hear the first part of your question. I heard that Mental Health Services Act
Services Act funding and mental health funding in general?
is trajectorying downward, correct. Mental Health Services Act funding will project downwards over the next several years.
Well, maybe in
So-
preparation of,
Yeah. Could you please
Then how come
show
it
her the
shows a
budget book,
10%
show her what
increase
the
in your
figures are?
revenues?
I could have a few minutes to look at that and get back to you.
Yes, okay, and what we're going to do, we're hour and a half into the afternoon session. We're going to take, and I always say a 5-minute break, but it's always 10 minutes, but I'm going to say a 5-minute break, because if I say 10, it'll be 15. So Ms. Cryer can get the answer for us and come back to you, Supervisor McCowan. So, break time. We will report back at 5 after 3, and the meeting will start.
John. Just back.
It was your turn to watch.
Oh, no.
We do have, Supervisor McCowan had 1 or 2 questions. Ms. Angelo, do you want to respond?
Yes,
please?
Madam Chair, thank you. The question on page B57 regarding juvenile hall, Supervisor McCowan, I believe your question had to do with the salary and benefit costs going up, and recommended for 1011 was 1.3. And the reason for that is that the juvenile hall could not meet their state mandates, their Title 15 mandates, taking one more cut. So we had to put money back into that budget, so it's 1.3 for salary and benefits for juvenile hall.
thank you.
I'm wondering if we have a response on the mental health. Please come forward.
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director. The MHSA funding is comprised of 3 different components. One is CSS funding, one is PEI funding, and one is WET funding. And although the CSS component is trajecting downwards, the other 2 components have went up, which is what explains the increase in fiscal year 10-11. I do not have the exact breakdown of those fundings, but I can get them for you. And we did have additional dollars in the WET program specifically.
Thank you.
And if you want me to, I can answer the question that came up earlier on the salary increase on the mental health budget.
Please go forward.
I just want to remind the board that when we presented the budget originally back in May, what we said was that the deficit in mental health hadn't magically gone away. We were projecting through our mitigation plan to increase staffing by approximately 8 positions, which would increase revenue, and to continue to decrease out-of-county placements. We believed at that point we had a year to accomplish that mitigation plan based on getting closeout dollars from social services. Again, those closeout dollars ended this year because it's a 2-year lag between bringing costs down in social services and the closeout money that you get. So we thought we had a year to accomplish that mitigation plan, which would have increased salary expense but also increased revenue. We obviously, as of yesterday, realized that that's not accomplishable.
Thank you. Also, Planning and Building Services Director Gonzalez explained to me on the break that the $59,000 that is referenced as being received from the applicant is the portion of the overall payment that is the 15% contract administration fee. So it was a little bit of apples and oranges. So they are not paying out money to the consultants before they get it. They have been receiving those funds, and then this is the administrative overhead. I did have a couple more questions. Page E7. And I'm wondering if this isn't just a function of the fact that the 09-10 actuals are only through 5/31, but looking at the total net county cost, we see...
Supervisor, could you say what item that is so that our director
Page
knows?
E7, the total net county cost. For 09-10, the actual is 5.8 million. For 08-9, it was 1 million. It's projected to be 1.2. So this may just be an illustration of why the 5/31 cutoff date is inaccurate. But
Okay, that is Social Services Branch?
Yeah.
Health and Human Services Agency?
I can answer that one.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that probably a chunk of funding comes in at the end of the fiscal year?
Yes. Typically, at the time that the recommended budget is printed, we only have actuals through May 31st. The administrative expense claim for social services is quarterly, so therefore it would have had only 3 quarters in there, and that's a huge chunk of money that goes into that budget. So the closeout at the end of the year is much less than that.
Right, and that's just underlines my point why we should have a projected, actual included. On page E19, and this is Health and Human Services Agencies, particularly the Area Agency on Aging, and for the 1011 request, we show a net county cost where previously we did not. And so is that similar to the issue with the child support services, or?
No, that is in a grant fund. It is not in the general fund. Any budget unit that starts with a 04 is in its own grant fund, and that $78,000 referred to there is typically fund balance carryover from the previous year in that fund. As you see down at the bottom, it says total fund balance contribution. That refers to the grant fund that it's in, not the general fund.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stop there.
Okay. I had a discussion also on the break, and I want for county council to re-explain the process with the budget so that we're all on the same page and we all know what our deadlines are.
This board's deadline to adopt a budget is September 18th, and that is because you adopted some years ago a resolution setting that date as the final date. Generally, the final adoption of the budget happens on consent calendar, so your consent calendar on the 14th should contain your final budget for adoption. You have public hearing, which you're engaged in now. That cannot exceed 14 days, and it should happen day to day until completed. Once the public hearing is closed, and the public hearing in the budget process also includes your deliberations and discussions. Once the public hearing is closed, between the time of the close of the public hearing and the final adoption, if there are any changes to be made to the budget, that will require a 4/5 vote. Okay, so your deadline is, for our purposes, is the 14th of September. So that's your last meeting before the 18th.
And therefore, on the 14th, there will not be further discussion.
Shouldn't be.
So we have to come to a conclusion. If not today, then we will by tomorrow morning. Supervisor Pinches?
You continue day to day, and yes, generally the final budget is on consent calendar.
What is when I come in here in 1995, the county had a $5 million general fund deficit. Not a projected, but an actual deficit. Now I'm being told that by law we have to have a balanced budget.
Yeah, well, I don't know what happened in 1995, but you've always been required to have a balanced budget. Counties are, that is a requirement for the counties.
And it's by state law.
Right. How you balance it
Yes.
is another story, but you are required to have a balanced budget.
Yes. Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that another option would be the resolution could be changed in terms of the date, because the budget is not due at the state level till October 2nd. So then my understanding would be we would only still be held to the 14 days from whence the budget process began. We would have 14 continuous days to conclude it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Your state deadline is October 2nd, but this board has set, it used to be your deadline was in August, but several years back you extended it to the 18th.
And County Council, how do we notice if we're going to carry on further from tomorrow? We should go 10 days. I mean, we have 10 days, right?
The law has changed for this budget year, and you can't exceed 14 days.
14.
It used to be 10 days, and then you had to adopt a resolution to extend it to 14. Now it's just 14 days.
So you would just
what you do is you just keep doing the notice that I think
it
Pauline
open.
did last night to continue it to the next day.
Okay, Supervisor Pinches.
12 years ago, it took a 4/5 vote to adopt the budget. Now it only takes a 3/5 vote.
You can adopt the budget by majority vote. If you make any changes between the time of the public hearing and the final adoption, those changes will require a 4/5 vote.
But adoption just takes 3/5 vote.
Right.
Okay. Now, we're back to the layoffs.
And Madam Chair, before we conclude today, we need to take an off-agenda item. We don't have to
Okay.
do that right now. We can wait, but I just wanted to make sure you have that on your list.
Okay. And it is an emergency item brought forward by Supervisor Pinches, correct? Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the break also, I spoke with one member of the public who did have some public comment to make.
Okay. We are back to public comment. If that individual is here, please come forward, state your name for the record, and know you have 3 minutes. Welcome. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Beverly Dutra from Philo. I'd first of all like to commend the board and Ms. Angelo for starting a process where you're going to finally look at priorities in terms of your budget. It's a long time coming, and I think I'm very happy to see it. I'd also like to commend her for getting into line items. That's been a long time coming. I spent some time with the actual physical budget, and it's a bewildering document. I can appreciate the work you try to do. In looking at 8 categories: household membership, office expenses, office FedEx, which is at $29,000, which I find appalling, and why someone doesn't cut that way down, I don't know why. Education and training, professional special services, transportation and travel in and out of the county. Just using that 5/31 date, there are only 22 more working days until the end of your fiscal year. I found $4,530,452 that had not been spent. Okay, I know that expenses are incurred and that a lot of that money is going to get used up. The so what of that is I think you have a process where people are encouraged to over budget and then overspend at the very end of the system with the old bureaucracy idea of, first of all, build your power, build your budget by getting as much money as you can, and then spending a lot in a frenzy at the end so you get to keep it, the old use it or lose it thing. So the so what of that is you're over budgeting, you're overspending, and your new committee needs to look at that. Secondly, there's no real evidence in the budget of frugality, of a kind of we are in a desperate state. Nice write-ups about the work product for everyone, but nothing in terms of what we're giving up. I looked at some things that are really scary for those expenses. Lots of money, especially travel. The county council has $12,000 for out-of-county travel. I don't know why. I mean, and I'm sure with each Each department would have reasons why something is important, but here are some interesting ones. First of all, divide the travel and transportation for transparency to the public so we can tell the difference between the two. The county treasurer tax collector needs $2,000 of out-of-county travel dollars. The auditor controller needs $2,500. The redevelopment agency administration executive officer, $500. Micrographics assessor's office needs $1,000 of out-of-county travel. Why? The human resources, the internal fund 1, which is workers' comp, health insurance, and retirement, needs an increase of $5,041. Why? Why do three things that look to me to be just economics and physical in an office need out-of-county travel? You're over your budget. You've got $12,000 in there to go to Washington. I'd say it's a time to look at travel and say maybe this is a year where you give a pass on it. You just don't go to that party. You cut it down as much as you can. And I know travel's a sensitive object or subject in here. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about every single department doing without. Stick with what you did in 2009 and no more. If you ended up having just a little, there you go. Education and training is up by $96,762. You know, cut it. You ought to have trained personnel by now. And there are a lot of other ones, and I will bring them to the committee meeting when you have one, and I appreciate the opportunity for that.
And so you're signing up, and we will turn your name in to
Yeah, I will. I'll
the
participate.
CEO.
I think we all should be doing this kind of thing and looking at the line items, and I appreciate when each of you comment on a line item. You know, not the whole big topics, the line items.
Thank you, Bev, and we'll get your name into the process. Okay. Supervisors.
I think that lady said it all.
Okay, we have layoffs and we have the issue of external funding.
Are we there yet?
We are there. We are there. That's called final deliberations, and that's where we are.
Well, to throw this out there on the layoff list, I would support the layoff list except for the director and the staff assistant on the museum. And if that's the motion, so be it. Let's start the discussion someplace here.
We can't discuss it unless we have a second.
Well, I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Pinches, seconded by Supervisor McCowan. Supervisor Smith?
Well,
Go ahead.
my discussion is that with regard to the museum, we should accept the museum director's offer that her salary and benefits be reduced commensurate with what the curator position is, so that we would be saving essentially the director's salary and benefits. She put that on the table as an option. I think we should accept it. And also with regard to the water agency, I think we should follow Director Sanford's recommendation, particularly since we've learned that we can't simply fold the water agency funding into the general fund. So we would lay off the director, but the other two positions presumably would be transferred to planning and building, at least in the interim.
Well, there's 4 positions total, so you would retain the water resource specialist and the administrative assistant?
Well, I think it's stated in the layoff list that the administrative aide, whatever the proper title is, will have no trouble finding employment. In fact, I think she's currently working for the executive office on a part-time basis.
Okay, hang on. Clerk, what is your question?
The museum director and staff assistant, but in regards to the water agency, do you mind repeating that?
Well, and it would be whether Supervisor Pinches wishes to incorporate it in the motion, but it would
So
be
it's
to...
not part of it yet.
It would be to lay off the director and transfer the hydrologist and the water specialist into building and planning, along with the special district funding for the water agency and the grant responsibilities as well.
Supervisor Smith? Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's difficult to know where to begin. We've had a lot of substantive public comment that I don't know. It may or may not integrate into the layoff positions. Specifically, the most specific ones would probably be the HHSA, and I don't believe, with respect to the last three on the list, that we should be going in that direction. This is just another way to take very, very minimal dollars out of the general fund that supports and leverages external funding sources and continue to go down the path that we had very eloquent testimony on with respect to why we should not be doing that. I see that Ms. Era is here, and I would like to get some of her comments. Also, Ms. Cryer, with respect to how we best approach that. Now, Ms. Cryer did respond to my question on the AOD wait list. This is the wait list for parents, CPS clients that are waiting for treatment. That current wait list is 169 individuals. So I think that the positions on the list, talking about, well, they're funded elsewhere, is really, it really obfuscates the true issues that we should be looking at, which is that we're continuing to not be smart in how we're funding positions and how we're leveraging dollars for the general community good. So I have a real concern, but I didn't vote for going down this path in the beginning. I thought it was a mistake that we'd be talking about it around the edges and not talking about the core county functions in an upright, forthright manner, making decisions based on equity with respect to all the service delivery systems, having a more substantive review up front. And I think that was going to be a difficult conversation, and so individuals wanted to just punt and not have that difficult conversation. So now we take it incrementally and we dismantle county services in this fashion because it's easier to avoid the real discussions of the true structural issues that we have. Now, I believe the executive office did some work. I had asked for the graph. We started with what we knew back in January, February, with respect to the general fund dollar divisions between the four major functions of the county, and that has changed. And I don't know if we have an updated list that talks about percentages in terms of not the number of positions laid off, because I don't think that that's accurate. One position might be 50,000, another position might total 150,000. So obviously this takes an average of a full-time equivalency, but I believe that the general fund departments have experienced a far greater cut in the equation than their apportionate share prior to going down this path, which is the exact discussion I think this board should have had. This is how our service delivery system is now. This is how we divide up our general fund dollars. Now we're experiencing severe fiscal collapse, really, and what do we want to do? Where are we going to go? What are the systems and what are the services that we truly value? And as Ms. Angelo said before, these are the very valuable dollars. Where do we want to spend our very valuable dollars? The funding source of last resort. So I don't feel that I can support this list. I suppose I could support the juvenile hall supervisor because the department head has said, yes, we can do that. I mean, that's been confirmed. I don't think that means that we leverage fewer external dollars by doing that. Also, we have a transportation position, a senior engineering technician that I guess is funded exclusively by general fund dollars, that they say they found an alternative funding stream. But to continue to defund the HHSA set of services is, I think, a huge mistake. And I really don't think, I think there are some economies that can be made in the water agency and the museum, But just canceling these positions and just laying off all of these individuals is, to me, just not a prudent, it's just not a prudent action. And I really think we need more information, and I don't really think that, I'm not ready to certainly support the motion in front of us, and I don't know that I would support doing much on this list today. However, those two positions I mentioned seem to have gone without any opposition to their discontinuance, so perhaps those would be viable ones to bring forward. I think the others are fraught with a lot of perhaps unintended consequences with respect to economic development, with respect to the museum. And the water agency, I think that we need to take a little more time and attention to that issue to make sure that it is handled appropriately. So those are all my comments for now.
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, Madam Chair, the reason I made this motion for twofold. One's to get the discussion on this layoff list going, and the other is I'd like to start off from the second page on this and go right from the top. It says the museum curator. We heard from our museum director about that. That would be the most the position that they talked about could give it up. The juvenile hall, I think that's it, to go from 4 supervisors to 3. That's kind of a no-brainer. The rest of these positions, from transportation, it says position to be funded with alternate funding stream. We've already indicated that the 3010 or 1910 doesn't get a general fund contribution anyway. So why is that even there? It's not, it's just going to be change of funding. And the same with the 4 HSA positions. They're not, they're going to be funded with alternate funding. My main question on those 4 positions are, why, after the last 2 years of tight budgeting, why wasn't this done 2 years ago? Why are we waiting just down now to divert them from general fund? But anyway, so that takes care of that page. I support. Now the front page, the water agency, there's 4 positions. I think we have to do something there. And the museum, so it comes down to the museum director and the staff assistant, which my motion included. So to me, I support my motion, and as far as, I don't really support the addition to the motion that Supervisor McCowan, I think our museum director's already indicated that she's taken a 10% salary reduction, a voluntarily salary reduction off of that.
She offered a 10% VTO from her current salary.
Which she's been doing.
Well,
yeah.
No, she's offering to take it from this number here, is my understanding. We can let her speak to it if...
Yeah.
Allison Glassine, our museum director, didn't realize it was going to be this complicated. That was to put together a package that was the equivalent of the total salary and benefits of the museum director. What I did neglect to talk about this morning is that technically you would need to offset that with the cost that you would have to pay to the library to take on the administrative tasks. But I did say that I would do a 10% VTO if that was necessary to match it. I don't believe that it is, but I said it in open session, so if you choose to hold me to it, then I will.
I assumed it was a real offer.
It was a real offer.
Thank you.
Supervisor Colfax.
I have two questions for our CEO. Since we're talking about a position to be funded by an alternative funding stream, the last 3 items on page 2 of the positions for layoff, how do they make the layoff sheet, and what do we mean by alternative funding streams? Are they all similar? Are they different?
Yeah.
And why? How do they end up on these pages if they're not real layoffs? And what do you mean by the words alternative, or the words alternative?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, this is layoff Phase 3. With Phase 1 and Phase 2, this is not any different. What we did was we could find 25 employees and lay them off or we could look for the equivalent savings. And in each phase, we asked the departments about their vacancies. Could they leave a position vacant? And if so, then we would give that department credit for that vacant position rather than laying an additional employee off. And also, we asked if there was another funding stream. And this is the issue, that if we don't ask, the general fund seems to get used. There's no priority that there's some other funding stream and then the general fund. So as we've moved through this process of layoffs, what the departments have been able to do is utilize other funding streams, and particularly HHSA. I could compliment HHSA and the Department of Transportation in having alternative funding streams or some other funding stream within their department other than general fund that could be utilized for that position. This is no different if you look back at phase 1 and you look back at phase 2. And the goal wasn't to lay off 100 employees. The goal was to achieve the savings of laying off 100 employees. And when we started this process, what we said is we had a $7.6 million deficit. The average cost of a county employee was $75,000, so we looked at 101 positions. So again, the goal was to reduce our costs, not necessarily to lay off people. So this is very similar. I was surprised when we got to phase 3 that there were actually still positions within the departments that could be defunded, that there was still another funding stream that could be used. It was a pleasant surprise, and you know, I understand the issues of some of the supervisors as far as shifting and taking out general fund from certain departments, but the good news is that we took out general fund, and I don't believe that the defunded positions, that there's any layoffs. And Ms. Cryer, you could correct me. I thought when you were talking about, I thought in all of your 4 positions that there was another funding stream, but that there would not be any layoffs. But if I'm mistaken, you know, please correct it now.
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director, you are correct in that statement. There will not be layoffs. The positions that we are defunding, we have equivalent vacancies to those positions in other funding streams. For example, the position in Public Guardian is funded through general fund. That position will no longer do Public Guardian work. There is an equivalent position in IHSS administration that we can shift that position to. So they have a different funding stream, different than the general fund, but they will no longer be doing that Public Guardian work.
That's crazy.
I know Howard had a comment.
And just to dovetail with that, the engineering technician is going from land improvement
Your name,
work.
please.
Oh, Howard Shield, Director of Transportation. Because there's no development, there's no subdivisions or private work to inspect, I'm moving them to the bright spots I talked about this morning, which are our capital improvement. But they're not doing the same job with another funding stream. They're doing a different job that has funding. Same position, different job. Just wanted to clarify that.
Are we going to get nailed for?
Hang on,
I
Supervisor
still need to,
Colfax.
I still haven't gotten warm bodies or no bodies or whatever is associated with they're not layoffs. Are they layoffs of real people? No,
No.
they're not layoffs of real people.
No, we would not be laying off any staff in the actions taken.
So
for
we're moving
HSS.
people around to
Yes.
different funding streams.
Yes.
That's quote the alternative funding stream.
That's correct.
So why were those funding streams flowing down the mountainside? Why didn't we get into those funding streams earlier on? We could have saved more money earlier, sooner and better.
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Again, what we're doing is we're taking the staff that are doing work for the general funded programs and moving them into a funding stream that is not general funded. So the work that they will be doing is different. So there is an impact on the program that was a general funded program. For example, in Public Guardian, that work for Public Guardian will no longer be done. That employee in Public Guardian does generate revenue. They work with county council office. They do generate revenue. It is a mandated function of Public Guardian. They will now be doing work in a different funding stream, which means the general funded program is not funded, and the impact is that work won't get done.
So they're all going downstream, but they've changed, they've metamorphized in the process. I mean, so that work's not getting done.
Yeah.
There are 4 jobs here. When we are using the word alternative funding stream, we're saying that work is not, the work they were doing, well, are still doing presumably right now. The work they're doing is not getting done. We're not losing the people, but we've managed to get them out of the stream. They're on the water banks and they're carrying wood instead of floating down on wood, right? I mean, what metaphors here just
Due to the vacant number of
escape me.
positions within the agency, there are vacant positions within other funding streams that have not been filled. So we can move them over to those funding streams. The exception to this whole conversation is the AOD .5 counselor. That counselor will continue to do the work in AOD because there was some carryover funds that were identified in the closeout process to fund that position with AOD funding. That particular position will continue to do the work that they have done. The public guardian position and the staff assistant position will move to another program. The EMS coordinator will not be filled. It's a vacant position currently. We've redistributed the workload elsewhere. So it's the SA2 and the public guardian position that are moved to other programs.
So what is the purpose then of this exercise? I mean, if we had the space through this last year when we're phase 3 now of layoffs, why weren't these alternate funding streams identified back then? I mean, if it's just a matter of moving putting a different number as to what on your work slip, what do we gain by, what do we gain? Are these real savings? It's 154,000, no, it's 100, what's that? 127,000, I guess. $127,000 saved? Or is it simply $127,000 coming from a different source?
There's $127,000 worth of savings to the general fund.
To the general fund?
Yes, but the cost of those employees will be picked up with other funding streams that do have funding available, again, because we have vacant positions in those funding streams. So we have funding in other streams because we have so many vacancies.
And that funding is federal and state, is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I understand. Sort of.
I don't know which supervisor,
Madam
Supervisor
Chair,
Smith?
I just had another question.
Oh, okay.
I had two questions. This one's, that was an easy one. Question
Is
I
this
had.
of Health and Human Services, or?
Oh, no, it isn't. No,
Okay.
it's a more general question. Should I wait?
No, you go forward, sir.
With regard to the doubling or tripling or whatever it is, 300% increase this morning in the projected or apparent shortfall, there seems to be some question as to whether or not the sheriff has taken into account all of the activities we may be taking in the future that would not result in a $2 million to $3 million overage in his budget. I wonder if that can be discussed. Is that possible to be talked about? Because I think it probably has something to do in terms of labor negotiations that may be operable, but it does make a difference in terms of how close we're getting to some things.
This goes to county council, and then it'll go to Mr. Thurston.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? I was on the last issue.
I can't see you, so I would have waved, yeah. It has come to my attention that the $2 million to $3 million shortfall that was mentioned by the sheriff this morning may not be taking into account changes that may result from some negotiations with various units. Have those been taken into account in our projections or not?
I think that's an auditor response.
The DSA imposition of the 10% reduction, that equals approximately 1.2 million, and I would consider that to be a savings to the sheriff's office. I did not reduce their budget further for those labor issues. And I really don't know whether Sheriff Allman included that reduction in his estimate of $2 to $3 million shortfall at the end of the year.
And are there other, just for the public's edification, are there other units that he may be able to, thank you, I'm glad you're up. Are there other units that may be sources of reductions or give backs or whatever?
Yes, there were management, although I think Mr. Thurston is the only management individual that, oh, there's two, okay. There's two management positions, because management has agreed to a 10% reduction. Department heads have agreed to a 10% reduction, although there is no appointed department head in the sheriff. That's an elected position. You approved a side agreement with McLEMA this morning. That's the Mendocino County Law Enforcement Management Association, and I haven't quantified that. So there are other things that are happening in there, but I have not reduced their budget by any of those labor concessions.
Mr. Thurston, the question to you would be, can you clarify when these changes are made available to you, what will the projected shortfall be then? Is it 2.5 million or less, or is it 2.5 million and more? How do the negotiations, the give-backs, the 10% reductions, whatever, how do they impact that number that we've heard this morning?
Norm Thurston, Administrative Services Manager for the Sheriff's Office. We did not include future reductions in our numbers, but they won't have any impact insofar as that any benefit that accrues from those negotiations will accrue to offset the general fund and will not be it will not benefit the sheriff's budget. And and that's reflected in what's already done with general services. You can see where there was a reduction in net county cost assignment for savings that were accrued from DSA.
So I guess my question would be, so what happens to those funds? They go back into the general fund, we have a surplus, and we reconsider some distribution options?
No.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think that's
no.
what it-
I did not reduce the sheriff's budget any further for those DSA negotiations, thinking that the sheriff had already had a significant cut in his budget through the recommended budget process. I felt that adding another 1.2 million as a reduction to his net county cost would be too much to bear. Therefore, I made no adjustments, which means that he now has effectively 1.2 million that he could apply toward his projected shortfall.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Smith. Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
And I respectfully disagree with that. I don't think we do have 1.2 million to apply.
It reduces the amount that you would have been above the assigned net county cost.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Everybody calm
So
down.
that's about $1.2 million right now?
That was my calculation of what a 10% reduction in DSA meant to the sheriff and jail budgets.
And if we add the additional reductions, that will add another 800,000, another $1 million, so we're talking about 2.5 million, so maybe this all disappears. This bomb that was dropped on us this morning suddenly turns out to be just a practical joke.
I don't know what the 800,000 is that you're referring to.
Supervisor Koufax, speak close to your microphone, please.
And point of order, is this really discussion to the motion?
Well, this is what I'm
Go ahead.
trying to get to.
You've got all the items on the table here. I think it's the only time we could discuss it.
Well, we have
Okay.
a motion regarding layoffs right now.
Okay, Supervisor Smith.
Madam Chair, sorry, I just had a brief question for Stacy Cryer, and she's been at the microphone many times. It just was a quick question in her stream of things she was answering before, so I had hoped to grab her, but that time sort of went by. So anyway, Ms. Cryer, I'm very concerned because I think that you're highlighting something that can't be seen from brief spreadsheets on recommended layoffs, and that is the position you're talking about in the public guardian's office. My understanding of the way that you're explaining it is that we potentially can lose revenue on this shift and this new way of thinking about it. Is that correct?
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director. There is revenue associated that is earned by that position. So there is revenue associated with that position that will be lost because that person won't be doing that function.
Because that person is no longer doing, we're keeping the person, so it's not about the laying off of an individual, but we're not having them work in that function, hence it's lost revenue.
That's correct. There are additional employees still in public guardian.
Right.
But they will not be able to do all of the functions that that position did, and there will be an associated revenue loss with that.
So this makes absolutely no sense. We don't shift things if they look nice on grids that lose money. I mean, this is, I think I think as Supervisor Kovacs was going down this path, it's really a question of semantics. It's a lot of balls being juggled in the air. But the long and the short of the HHSA defunding that's happening is really about the grid, not those service areas on the wall right now, but not the positions. I'm not so much talking about that. But it's about taking very limited dollars that are currently now being applied to HHSA. What are they? What are the bottom line general fund dollars that go to HHSA?
We have approximately $5 million of general fund coming into the agency. A large portion of that is maintenance of effort, which draws
Right.
down realignment. Another portion of that is county obligation, such as IHSS programs.
Right.
And the remainder is our discretionary dollars, which is at this point approximately $600,000 to $700,000, and about $200,000 of that is with CAL FIRE dispatch contracts and things like that that can't be touched because there's no staff associated with those.
But I mean, there's very little discretionary
Very little.
general fund dollars that go to HHSA.
Correct.
And so I guess the point I'm trying to make is with the semantics or the configurations here, whatever it is that we're not playing smart, because what we're doing is we're continuing to decrease the small amount of money before we've ever had the policy discussion to say that the public really doesn't want to fund anything for mental health, anything for health and human services in general, no prevention programs, no programs for teens, nothing to reunify parents, nothing to deal with the substance abuse problems for the court-mandated services, and on and on and on. And so we have these categories here, and then you're telling us on top of it, it's even worse, that we're going to take a position of the public guardian that actually draws down revenue, and we're going to shift the deck chairs around and not have that person do that so they can't draw down revenue. I'm sorry. I mean, there's no way that I would support anything even approaching this.
Well,
it's absurd.
To answer that, and to also answer Supervisor Colfax, he asked why we didn't just throw this up during the first phase. There are very limited programs within HHSA that are funded through general fund. They're animal care services, EMS services, AOD services, WIA, Veterans, AAA, Public Guardian, and Public Authority. Those are all of the programs that we have that are funded through general fund. We have eliminated all of the funds for AOD through the general fund. We have eliminated all of the general fund EMS funds. We have reduced animal care services to the bottom line that we can. There is now WIA, Veterans, AAA, Public Guardian, and Public Authority. So we continue to give up positions through the layoff process for the agency, but we're cutting into those very core limited services.
Right, and that's exactly my objection, and I really want to get back to, I hope there's a time this afternoon we can get back about the appropriate drawing down of some general fund dollars to leverage these kinds of programs, like Ms. Mulgard talked about, that Ms. Pauley talked about. I mean, that's where we should be having the discussion. So to me, having this discussion on the layoffs only sets us back to try to go in the direction that's smart economically, it makes good business sense, it's an investment in the community, and it's spending dollars wisely for the long run. And that's what we ought to be doing, which is why I can't support this, and I think you've answered my question.
Supervisor Pinches.
How
Thank
much,
you, Ms. Cryer.
this position, how much money does it draw down?
The Public Guardian position, I believe it's approximately 70,000.
Oh, we don't need 70,000. Yeah.
You know, if I could comment, if you look at the criteria we used, we said we would not eliminate or try not to eliminate revenue generating positions. I believe there was some miscommunication here that this position got on the list, and and I'm not certain how this happened, but I will be the first to say that we do not want to eliminate revenue generating positions. So there was some miscommunication. I want this board to know, and I want Ms. Cryer to know, this position doesn't have to stay defunded. If you're making more money by having that position stay in Public Guardian than by having it funded elsewhere, then that fits the criteria of positions we don't want to eliminate. So I don't know what happened in all of this, but let me just jump in and say we can take it off the list.
So do you want to state the number again so we all know which position that is?
Ms. Cryer?
It is position, it's in Budget Unit 5010,
That's a social worker assistant two.
Social worker assistant two.
That is $65,000 a year. You're saying it brings in $70,000 a year. So
the 65,000 is not an annual figure, is it? Is it for October 1st?
No, that is, the 65,000, I believe, is an annual figure. These figures were put in on an annual basis. So this position brings in it costs $65,000 to the county. It brings in $70,000. So we will keep the position for that $5,000. There you go, off the list.
Okay. But does that also take care of all the benefits earned for that position?
That position, the 65,000, I believe, is salary and benefits, so.
I would have to
we're fine.
double check. My guess is that position, Doug, does that position fully cover itself with revenues, or it's a little short, correct? When you do all the salaries and benefits, my recollection is the position comes up a little short of being able to cover 100% of itself.
So then
I want to be really clear on that. The general fund does
will
contribute.
be used to cover this
Correct.
position. Okay, even though it's revenue generating, it
Correct.
doesn't make enough to cover the cost of
Correct.
the position. But I'm fine with taking it off the list if this board chooses.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let me ask you.
Okay, here you go.
Because I made the motion to take it on the list, off the list. What, you said there's other people that, are there other people that can bring in this revenue? I mean,
There are other people, and I could bring Susan Era up if you like.
is it cut and dried that if we eliminate this position, that $70,000 money goes away? Or will it still come in?
There are other positions within the public guardian structure. Some of them may be able to pick up some of the duties that that position does. So some of the revenue may be maintained, but not all of it. There will be functions that that position did that will no longer be able to be done, and we will lose some revenue associated with that. That's why I said up to 70,000.
Well, up to 70,000, but if it's only 40, then it's a net loss.
I can get very clear on exactly how much, and I bet Susan Era could probably quote it off the top of her head.
Okay, Susan Era, please.
Hi, Susan Era, Interim Assistant Director. The revenues that we have quoted you, that we are generated by that position, are we've already calculated how there are some services that the one position, the SWA, provides that could be delegated to two other staff. However, we've already calculated that in. This position actually brings in more than $70,000 in revenue. We've taken out about $20,000 and said, okay, we think that the legal secretary can pull in a little bit of those fees for the public administrator function, and the account clerk 3 that handles about $3 million in estate management can possibly do a little bit in terms of indigent cremations administration. But if you separate that out, the one position, what we're going to be losing is about $70,000 if we transfer this person to the IHSS program.
Well, then with that, it's clear that my motion will have to delete that position. This should have been taken out to staff level. It should have never been put on this list.
I agree.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think the same logic applies to a couple of the positions in the water agency. We have identified that we do not save money by eliminating those positions, that a portion of that funding is dedicated to the water agency function only. We have a number of grants also that those grant terms have to be fulfilled. So I think, and I believe the director stated that essentially the funding is there to pay for 2 staff positions. So I think that with regard to the water agency, we lay off the director and we shift the hydrologist and the water service specialist with their funding to planning, at least on an interim basis. And the administrative aide, I do believe, will be able to find employment in our office if nowhere else.
So what you're saying is to leave on the list the general manager and the administrative assistant, leave that on the layoff list?
Correct.
No, the hydrologist and water resource specialist.
They're right. They would
come
stay
off the list.
No, they would stay on the list. The hydrologist and water resource specialist would stay on the list.
No.
No, they would come off of the list.
No, this is the
For
layoff list.
We're going to
This-
take him.
We're
if-
gonna lay off
If you
the
agree
director.
with what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
So we're taking him off.
That's what I'm saying. So the general manager and the administrative assistant would stay on the layoff list.
They would stay on the list,
Right.
On the list,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
on the layoff list.
On the
And the other two positions would be transferred with their funding to planning and building, at least on an interim basis, although potentially it sounds like the water specialist is already working closely with RCD. We could possibly explore to what extent those positions could be combined in some fashion with RCD, and they might really gain a benefit from working with each other. That might be the best fit if administratively and legally something like that could be worked out. And then I also think that to get the optimum savings in the museum, we should accept the museum director's offer to take the 10% VTO. And I hope you would incorporate that into the motion.
Okay, I'm
Well,
going
let's
to hang on,
see if we can get a
Supervisor
response.
McCowan, please.
I'm trying to get a response from the
And I
maker
would
of the
like to
motion.
have some input as well, okay? So let's just calm down. The motion, you took off the table, right?
No,
You tabled it.
No, we took off the one position.
We
You want
are
me to
refi-
restate what I feel the motion
We're refining the
should be?
motion if you would allow us, Madam
You want me to
Chair.
restate the motion, what I see it?
I think the clerk needs that. Is that correct, clerk?
I think the public needs it too, and I think I need it.
Okay.
Okay, so my motion would be as pertaining to the layoff list. To leave the water agency general manager on the list, to delete the next two positions, the hydrologist and the water resource specialist, leave them off the layoff list. To leave the water agency administrative assistant on the list. To delete the museum directors from the list, but take advantage of the 10% VTO. To leave the staff assistant, or to take the museum staff assistant off the list. To go to the second page, to leave the museum curator on the list, to leave the juvenile supervisor on the list, to leave the transportation senior engineer technician on the list, to leave the HHSA position 4016 EMS coordinator on the list, to delete the HHSA 5010 social worker assistant 2 off the list, to leave the HHSA 4012 2 positions, staff assistant 2 and substance abuse coordinator, leave them 2 positions on the list. So is that clear to everybody?
Yes, and then I have a question. Go ahead, clerk.
Okay. I believe the motion is adopts resolution approving the recommended reductions in force through layoffs and directs staff to provide the necessary notices to affected employees with the exception of the museum director, museum staff assistant 1, HHSA social worker assistant 2, water agency hydrologist, water agency resource specialist positions, and direct museum director to take a 10% VTO.
I guess that covered it all, I guess, didn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Now, so there is a motion and a second, correct? Motion by Supervisor Pinches, seconded by Supervisor McCowan. My statement to this, I'm not supportive of closing the museum, but I do believe the museum should be consolidated with the library. We're going to be facing this anyway as we go forward. For the water agency, I am concerned about the ongoing grant-funded services. We do have an obligation with those grants and the services that they're funding, and that is an obligation of Mendocino County. While we could try to micromanage what has been brought forth by the CEO. That's not our job. That's her job. So I'm really struggling with this motion. It's got to start someplace. Action needs to be taken. We've got to start. We have a process of that's starting up, of going to the community, basically getting their input, because we do have to restructure. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. We have to go forward. We're going to be in the same situation 2 or 3 times before we hit the May 2011. So I'm really struggling with the motion before me. Supervisor Pinches.
Just quickly, thank you, Madam Chair. You say it's not our job, but when anything comes before this board in any agenda item, it turns into our job. I think that the CEO's position and their staff position is that they've taken this analysis as far as they can, and it really needs the decision makers, the elected decision makers, because these are drastic decisions when you're talking about affecting our water agency, our museum, and things like that. So they are decisions that we have to make. So it does become our job when it gets to that, and that's what we're attempting to do here. It's our job. None of it's easy. I just soon called in sick this morning.
Thank you, Supervisor Pinches. I certainly hear what you're saying. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think any of us like this layoff list, as we have not liked any of the rest. And we are in the bind of the list doesn't go far enough, and yet we're really cutting into essential services that people really rely on. And if you think that this list doesn't go far enough, I don't know, I don't believe there are the votes to lay off anything beyond what's on this list. This may get 5 votes, it may not even get 3, but I'm not sure that a more extensive layoff list based on all the discussion would be able to get 3 votes.
I'm not asking for a more extensive layoff list, Supervisor McCowan. I do see a problem with the 5010 HHSA defunded one. That's the social worker assistant number 2. I can agree with that.
Well, we dropped, okay, we dropped it.
Yes, we dropped it off. I'm saying that everything that's been brought forth, I don't want to see the museum closed, but how can we consolidate it, it's in our materials, with the library and still keep it functioning? And I feel we're micromanaging because that's the CEO's job. If we make a policy that the museum will not be closed, it's her job to work with staff to see it's manned. And I'm not willing to, I think we can use library, current library staff to do that and manage it. Maybe that's a cut in hours, days of operation that it's open. So that's where I stand.
So just to clarify, you're not advocating for a greater layoff list, but with the exception of 5010, you're basically operating for this layoff list.
That is correct.
Right. Well, and I'm saying that I don't think that's achievable today.
Okay. So we have the motion. It has been reread. Supervisor Smith, do you want a final statement before the vote?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think I've already stated that I won't support this process. I think it's flawed on a greater level than just what is being sort of expressed here. I mean, in most counties of this size, you wouldn't have a department head coming and sort of bargaining from the podium with respect to salary cuts. I mean, the level that this dialogue is at just is not where the Board of Supervisors should be with respect to decision making. That isn't it's just not where it should be, and I think it's unfortunate that we've taken these turns in the road that we continue to sort of, I think, bring it down a notch every time we have the discussion with respect to how we get the budget balanced. Isn't really about even this list, even this layoff list. It's not small and it's not big. I mean, there's a piece to it that's substantive with respect to the budget, but the level of discussion and why we're having it and why we're looking at these positions and that we're not dealing with the structural issues is the bigger picture. And I want to see the day that we're going to get to the real decision making that's going to take us forward, because we're not there when we're having this discussion. We're just not there.
But Supervisor Smith, I want to remind you that majority board directed this process.
I don't, and I was not one of the folks that did, so. No, I understand. That's true. The majority of this board wanted 101 layoffs and wanted to not have a discussion with the public, not engage with our advisory boards, not engage with department heads, not have real discussions about how we wanted to have service delivery with massive, massive cuts to funding sources. And I was opposed to that, and it's playing out exactly the way I thought it would, and we're where I thought we would be. And I just think we've not taken the real responsibility, which is having those discussions prior to instituting major layoffs and major redirections of revenue. And when we finally do get from the executive office the reallocation of general fund dollars to the various categories, I think that we'll see what I'm talking about. Because it's not been done as per the funding allocation that we started the budgetary year with. We haven't done it proportionately to all the groups, and I'm not saying we necessarily should have done that, but absent a discussion with the larger public, I think that was the next fallback position. We didn't do that, nor did we discuss with the public what the service model in very, very new times was going to be. So I don't think it's any news to anyone. I didn't support it then, and I don't support it now. And this is the fallout of not having those discussions. And then we find a position on the list that once I started getting the conversation going, we found out that we were actually going to be losing more money than we were spending. And, it's not a good process, that's all.
Supervisor Smith, you said that this board was not supportive of engaging the public, engaging advisory committees. That's not true. And we do have a process set up now that is going to happen, because we expect further cuts when we start getting into next year. Right. We're going to be probably after the first of the year, even before then, we're going to be back to where we are. So we need to get the engagement started with community partners as well as advisory groups. So that's absolutely not true that wasn't supported.
No, Madam Chair, what I said is that I wanted it last winter. I wanted it in January and February. What you're saying now is absolutely true. We are going forward. I'm just saying what I thought we should do is have it prior to these devastating cuts. I agree with what you're saying. It's going forward now, but it's not in place to deal with a very critical budget year now. That's my only point.
Okay, but I also, we're struggling. We had a change in CEO, and I believe that was in March. We also had a change, and I'd like to compliment Mr. Knopp for standing up and taking on a pretty big job after we had a departure of a staff member, resignation. So I want you to know that, Kyle. You've done the very best job possible. We had a book that was out early. It could have been gone through 2 or 3 more times. What he tried to do is get it to us as quickly as possible. So I do realize there are errors in it, or language that could have been better presented, but it is what it is. And I guess we do need to move forward, and I need to stop. Supervisor Pinchas.
Well, I just like to remind this board and mainly the public that in the last 3 years, we've reduced the system by 376 positions. 376. You know, that's, so I guess now when we're down to further, you know, clearly that wasn't enough. We're still out millions from having a balanced budget. So we, the board, we're down to this position where we're kind of micromanaging. I'd like to think of this job as we're just here as policy decision makers. But the reality of it is, because we still have to make some drastic cuts, it really gets down to us 5 elected officials are going to have to make that, because frankly, it's not the job of staff to make them at this level. But think about that. You know, we've reduced the system by 376 positions, and it's not enough yet. And we're still going to make, and if we approved all these positions for layoff today, I'm going to tell you folks out there, it's still not enough. We're going to, because the revenues are keep turning down. The bottom is not here yet. I mean, all the way from sales tax to property tax to every type of revenues we have out there, the spiral is still downhill. And until we start some economic development in this county and change that spiral, it's up to the people of this county. But you know, we've been really good for the last 40 years at turning down just about everything economic development wise in this county. And I keep lecturing over this over and over again. But you know, there used to be a guy, his name is Homer Helm, he was a big logger in Laytonville. And he always told me, he says, John, he says, when you have a piece of equipment broke down, he says, don't even attempt to fix it until you find out what caused the problem. And that's probably the best advice I ever had in my life. And I'm not so sure in this county we've really focused on what's caused the problem. It's no economic development. Some counties out there are struggling. Some are out there doing real fine. You know, we had Roland Sanford up here when he was talking about halfway recommended the demise of his own position, and I'm thinking, God, you know, if we'd have got part of that water sales that Marin County is getting or paying Sonoma County for Mendocino County water, we wouldn't have budget problems. But we didn't. We made bad decisions back then. We made bad decisions 7, 8 years ago with borrowing a lot of money that we couldn't afford to pay back. We got $11.5 million debt service payment, larger than our whole sheriff's budget. Our debt service payment is $11.5 million a day. We have to pay that. We don't have a choice. We criticize, or some, not really criticize, but concerned over our, you know, $10 million just in the sheriff budget. Think about that. We're spending $11.5 million a year paying debt service payments, larger than our whole sheriff budget. That's not the sheriff's fault. That's not this board's fault. Those are accumulation of bad decisions we make. We got to start making better decisions, and then maybe we'll try to get out of this. But we got to get some economic development in this county. Otherwise, the boat's just going to keep sinking.
Supervisor McCowan.
Let's vote. And I have a comment after the vote.
Okay. Well, I'm going to vote for it. The motion, I'm sorry, changed my mind, because we need to move this forward. We need to get through these budget talks, and we can go back and revisit, so I will vote for it. Voting by the button.
Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisor Smith and Colfax dissenting.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Now we're on to...
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor
Thank you.
McCowan, go for it.
My comment is Water Agency Director Roland Sanford has done a lot of good work recently, most recently the Cuyahoga Valley Area Plan Water Assessment, and I'm sure it was one of the hardest things he's done in his life to stand here today and say eliminate my position but save my staff. So I think he's really to be commended for stepping up to that.
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. I fully agree. Okay. Now we're on the external funding considerations. And we do have two. And one is consideration of the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, known as the RCD, and the other is the Arts Council of Mendocino County. Supervisors, Supervisor Pinchas.
Madam Chair, I guess I can put this to form. I will make a motion to support the Arts Council at a appropriation of $24,000. I would like to support the Resource Conservation District, but I can't. I feel that they have a lot of other sources of revenue and income coming in where the Arts Council really doesn't. But I've been totally committed to the work of the Arts Council in Mendocino County. I think the arts, especially on the coast, but even so here in Ukiah and Willits, they've done a great job with the dollars, and I just, I don't care if we're basically talking about deficit spending here now, but I'm not going to pull a rug from the Arts Council at this time, so I will support the same funding as last year with a 10% reduction, which brings it, let's just say amount of $24,000.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Not here.
I'll second it.
Okay. It's been moved to support the Art Council at $24,000. It was moved by Supervisor Pinches, seconded by Supervisor Colfax. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support either of the external funding requests. We simply don't have the money. Last year, I said I didn't think we had the money, and we didn't. The year before, we didn't have the money. The year before that, we didn't have the money. We've been passing what we say are balanced budgets since '05, and it turns out none of them have been balanced. We can foresee that it's very likely the budget will not be balanced this year. It's fiscally irresponsible to fund additional programs that are not providing core county services. And the president of the Arts Council on August 17th stood here and said, we are flexible. When we have more funding, we do more. When we have less funding, we do less. This, the Art Council does not rely on this money in order to keep the doors open.
Any other comment? Supervisor Colfax.
Well, I simply am bemused by the internal contradictions of what my colleague has just said. But that aside, whether or not art is a core function in this county, it's nowhere near the amount of money that we should be putting into it. But to suggest that since we're putting money into all kind of other things that create a shortfall, a non-balanced budget, therefore we have to go at the $24,000. I think that trivializes the whole issue that we're dealing with. And I think the core function of art in this county is something we are getting a bargain to have people willing to come to us and say, we'll take care of what we should be doing more generally. Thank you for your $24,000. I will support it. I think it's important to support it as well as the other item that has been brought before us, simply because the other item generates work or projects that need to be dealt with, and it's also a service to the county.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I actually agree with both Supervisors McCowan and Colfax on this issue, because I think that they're both right. However, I think that the argument that this is such a small amount of money, and it truly does get to the outlying areas. That's another reason that I think that we do benefit, as we do with the resource conservation dollars. They're not just Ukiah-centric. They don't just focus on one particular geographical area of the county. But just the facts are there is a lot of money that is going to be on the table with respect to the tax increase that's going to be on the ballot. That is just a fact. And I think that the latitude that those additional dollars will provide us for funding of any number of services is, again, it's just a fact. It's a stream of money that's not allocated for any particular reason, but the fact is it's a stream of money. So I can support it today, but I don't know that if the tax measure doesn't pass and we don't get community commitment for service delivery at the local level, and I consider the arts is something that very much operates at the local level. So I doubt that I will be able to support it in the future if the tax measure doesn't pass. but I feel like I can, balancing those two things, both Supervisor McCowan's points very well made and as our Supervisor Colfax's. But on balance, I believe that we should support it.
A short statement by the chair is the fact that I couldn't agree more with what you just said. Both of them are very worthy organizations and an agency that does a lot of work in this county, many times the work that the county can't do itself. However, I can't fund one and not fund the other, so therefore I can't support the motion. So I'd like to ask everyone to vote by the button, please.
Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisor Brown and McCowan dissenting.
Okay. Next item is discussion of, well, first, I think it'll be discussion on how the budget book could be more user-friendly.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We need to deal
The
with
motion
our-
only dealt with one of the requests, although I won't support it. You might see if there is a motion for the other item.
For the
Yes.
resource conservation.
Resource conservation.
That was just on the Arts Council.
Okay, well, I didn't see anybody's pen go up, and I thought we were moving forward, so I'm glad you corrected me.
Maybe I
Carl.
confused everybody when I spoke on both issues,
You're
but
right.
the
You
motion
did.
was just for the Arts
You
Council.
did. Supervisor Colfax.
I support the request.
Is that a motion, Supervisor?
That is the motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
So maybe the clerk needs to read it, so we'll be clear.
Okay.
Motion by Supervisor Colfax, seconded by Supervisor Smith, for the Board of Supervisors to direct staff to allocate $35,000 to the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District budget.
I can't support it at that level.
Supervisor McCowan.
I have the same comments as to the previous motion.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Pinches, is there a level that you will support for the Resource Conservation District to receive funds to leverage other funds that are put to very good use in the community?
As
Is there a level you'll support?
As I said before, I think, what was our level of allocation last year?
35,000,
I think
believe.
at least has to take, like everybody else, has to take a 10% reduction.
Okay, I'll support that if the maker of the motion will reduce the funding allocation by 10% from the, so reduce it 3,500.
So we will need an exact amount.
Go ahead.
31.5.
And we can always count on the auditor for the numbers.
I will accept the amendment, yes.
Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, we're
They
gonna.
caught me.
Huh?
They sprung the trap on me.
Well,
No, it was the auditor.
it was the auditor. Okay, well, I didn't vote for the last one. I'm not going to vote for this one, even though I wish it would have been a motion that would have addressed both of them.
You didn't catch what he had said, I guess.
What'd he say?
First motion, you must have not caught what he said, the first motion, is that correct?
Oh.
You didn't catch it, Madam Chair?
No, I didn't.
Well, you can revisit it, I think, let council tell you. Can she revisit her vote on the first motion?
No, I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
But she can, but no, she doesn't want
I don't want to go back. Okay, we'll vote by the button. Okay. Clerk?
Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisor Brown and McCowan dissenting.
Okay. Now, we're moving forward on this budget. There is discussion left, and I'm not sure procedure, Ms. Angelo.
Yeah,
let's see, we've done the layoff list and we've done the external requests, but we didn't get direction from this board, I don't think, on the line item. It was approximately $47,000 that the executive office was recommending that we could save in general fund from the services and supplies from the departments, and I don't believe we got direction from this board. If this board directs us to go ahead and reduce the line item budgets, then that would come back in the final budget with the auditor's numbers, whichever day we come back with that. So it's up to the board.
Okay. Supervisor, I don't know which one had it up first, McCowan, and then we'll go to Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make the recommended action for the line item reductions.
Is there a second?
Madam Supervisor, Madam Chair, I would second that if it includes the recommendation, the modification brought forward by CEO Angelo with respect to the executive office. It was a minor modification that she brought forward during the discussion.
Yeah.
Accepted.
Okay. Clerk, did you get the motion? Okay, please read what you have.
Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Supervisor Smith, to go forward with the $47,000 reduction on line items with modification.
Okay.
As recommended by the CEO.
As recommended by CEO. Thank you.
Okay, everybody understand the motion? Is there discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll vote by the button.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Colfax dissenting.
Okay. Now we have discussion on how the budget book could be more user-friendly, or are we too tired and want to have that discussion later? Supervisor Pinches?
Well, first of all, first thing I'd like to do, once again, as the chair did a little earlier, to thank Kyle for stepping in and really putting things together. And there are a lot of narrative corrections, how I put it, that needs to be done in the book. And I think just with the direction, Kyle's have a little more time to do that between now and when the final budget is printed. We brought up several of those items. But one thing that's really been a bugaboo for me for, this document, it's a public document, needs to be more user-friendly. And any way we can do that for the public. But one of the first things is, well, two things actually. I'd like to see the pages all numerically ordered, not just some of them, to where you can reference a page. And also, it'd really be nice if the budget units were put in numerical order, instead of having 1910 at the front of the budget, but at the budget book, and then, so they're more, so you can refer to them in a more numerical order too. And I realize there's a reason that they are that way now, but for instance, used to be 1910, used to be back with 3010, and it's I just think if the direction was just for the staff to do what they can to make it more user-friendly in the numerical order of things, and it would help a whole lot. And I'd just like to leave it at that. I don't want to get into going page by page of what we can do different.
Well, okay. Thank you, Supervisor Pinches, for your remarks. We are going to take 5 minutes. We're getting a report that the TV people need to change the tape, some technicality that's going on. So we're going to take a 5-minute, and please, supervisors, our 10-minute break turned into 15 earlier, so hang around.
Did you repeat that note I gave